And thank you all for being here. It's great to see wonderful, happy faces here on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Wish it was snowing, but I guess we'll take what we can. So today is Tuesday, March 24th, and today is our regular board meeting of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. Our first order of business is roll call. My name is Patrice Horseman. I'm the chair of the board, and I am the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2 and current Vice Chair of the Board.
District 3.
Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Good morning, Ate Bena. Thanks for being here for our meeting today, and I'm Supervisor for District 4.
And District 5.
Lena Fowler.
All right, we've got the full house here. I love that when that happens. So our next order of business is to honor our country through the Pledge of Allegiance. Those who can, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our next order of business is to hear from the public, and this is call to the public. This is a time for members of the public to be able to address items to the board, questions you may have, etc. These are for items that are not on the agenda, and because they're not on the agenda, and because the Arizona Open Meeting Law, Sunshine Law, does not allow us to discuss items not on the agenda, if items come up, it'll just be a very basic referral to administration or to put on a follow-up board meeting for discussion at a later time. But this is an opportunity for you, members of the board. You have up to 3 minutes, or members of the public, to address the board, up to 3 minutes. And of course, we're a public meeting, so we ask that you remain courteous and respectful. With that, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to explain how you can be part of this call to the public. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone here that would like to do a comment during the call to the public, we have comment cards on the table by the door, but there's not a whole lot of people here. So if you want to make your way up to the podium, at this time, we will provide 3 minutes on the clock. If you're watching the virtual YouTube stream, you can email your comment to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov, and we'll read your comment once it gets into our inbox.
Very good. Members of the public, now is your time.
Chair Horseman, we do not have any comment cards and we do not have any comments in the inbox.
All right, very good. Well, then we are moving on to our business items. Our next items are proclamations. These are always extremely important opportunities for members of the public and for the board to recognize certain organizations, certain individuals, and certain events here in Coconino County. And we do so through a proclamation. Our first proclamation today is consideration. Oh, and I should say this. We were going to have 3 proclamations. After we have done the last of our proclamation, we would like to have an opportunity to take photos with those that are bringing the proclamation forward. So at the end of the 3 proclamations, we will go ahead and adjourn to the other side here to get some photos with those of you who are bringing your proclamation forward with the board. So with that, our first proclamation is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And I know we have Gary Howell with the Exchange Club of Flagstaff, who's so good about honoring Child Abuse Prevention Month. And I know you've got some events you're going to talk about as well. Gary, thank you for being with us this morning. And I bring you to the podium, and please, would you read the proclamation? Very good. And I know you're going to tell us about an event, but before we go there, I'm going to ask first for a motion on this. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion that we designate April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Thank you. Do I have a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, it is unanimous once again. And please let us know about the events, and then I know there'll be some comments from board members.
Again, thank you for the opportunity. We will start this coming Wednesday, the 1st, by putting up the flags at the Coconino County Courthouse. It's a sadness that we do this, but we do it to draw attention. And especially last year when Mitch Stroman, our speaker, was telling us, look what happened in our community on that day when we started it. But let's go back to Wednesday, we will put the flags up. Friday, the 3rd, we will put them up and then take them down at 5:15. We will then have the bell ringing, and that'll be 132 bell rings. Again, not good enough, way too high. We will have dignitaries from the county and the city and the state. We're going to do that presentation starting at 5:15 on the 3rd. Then I get the gift of going back out with family in the woods for Easter, and I'll be back on Easter Sunday at 1 o'clock and take the flags down. We do this, and we appreciate the city letting us do this the 1st of every April on their Friday art walk. And it seems to generate more participation as people go by. So thank you again for inviting me.
Absolutely. It is very dramatic representation of the children that we've lost due to child abuse and neglect. And it's such, it sheds light on this problem for the whole community. I mean, the visual representation, it's very effective and very important. So, you know, the county is so happy that we're not happy this is going on, but we are so appreciative that the Exchange Club is there and bringing this recognition forward. And we are very much a partner with you all and building strong families, strong communities where our children can thrive. So really appreciate all that you do, all the Exchange Club does on this. Really appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
And members of the board, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you for being here this morning. And I actually had the honor to read the proclamation at the ceremony that you are discussing last year. And it is sad that there are so many flags on there, but the visual representation is necessary and needed. And yes, I absolutely remember Mitch Stroman being there and talking about the events that had taken place in this community amongst trusted leadership. And it was pretty heartfelt. So I'm glad that we don't have that going on this year. But I would just like to thank you for the work that you do in keeping this in the forefront of citizens' minds and in honoring those that we have lost.
Thank you, ma'am.
Other comments? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you once again for holding this event and putting up the flags. It's a very sad time when we see how many children we've lost over the last year. And you know, I was reflecting on it, think about the generational trauma that leads to this kind of abuse. And so we really need to break the cycle. And the only way we do that is by creating strong networks of support, funding our education, our social services program, and really creating that community we want to see. And it takes a village to really raise healthy children. And it's unfortunate that these children didn't have that kind of support that led to those circumstances. And so we hope that these efforts help decrease that number every year as we work to decrease the number. Thank you.
I agree with you. It does take a community, and that's why we are here to thank you in honoring what happened. Yet we need to take care of it. And it is a thing that I'd like to introduce, that we also sponsor organizations, Child Help, for example. Jill Babb always comes and speaks at that. And I am part of their group where we're also trying to make it where child abduction into sex trafficking stops in this world and in our community. Again, thank you.
Any other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Begay.
First and foremost, thank you, Mr. Howell, for bringing this proclamation to us and making sure that, you know, we are on Zoom. Some people are on Zoom calls and, you know, they're listening too. But I just want to say that at all times, children should be safe, and it's everyone's responsibility to ensure that, you know, the kids are safe out there. And right now, we have a lot of missing and murdered people, you know, out there, and so and it's especially on the reservations. And so I feel that, you know, a lot of things that what people do is really not enough to keep our kids safe out there, our children safe. And so I just want to say thank you. And it's something that I went to last year too, and it was really nice, you know, but it brought tears to my eyes when I saw the flags there. But, you know, I just want to see how we can continue as other organizations to bring the number down somehow. But like I said, it's everybody's responsibility, whether it be other agencies, the schools, you know, the federal government, the government, and all government entities. You know, every one of us should be responsible for taking care of, you know, our children. So I think there's a lot of things that we can do, you know, even give out flyers in the housing areas, you know, of what to look for, you know, things like that. I come from a community where my niece was murdered. Or even to this day, we haven't found out anything, but basically that's what we were told. But then there's other things that have been coming up, but kids shouldn't go that way, you know, and they should be safe. Even to be out there, you know, I think they need to be told even in the school systems, we need to bring that up too. Have the kids take notes home, you know, tell them that these are things to look out for. And unfortunately in the area, I think that what we understood was when the police officers went from door to door, there were actually 12 child molesters living in that area of maybe less than 40 homes that are sitting there. And there's nothing is out there to tell these people, you know, and so it's something that, you know, like I said, it's all our responsibility, and we need to find out how we can address it and how we can be much proactive than we really are. So I just want to say thank you for the proclamation reading.
Again, thank you for your comments. Supervisor Brigay, you mentioned schools. That's one of the things I could go with also with child help. Jill Babb, over 3 years, and I got it as a class project in our Flagstaff school district. It is a class that we pay for. And that way these kids can identify and have the strength to say, Bobby's getting hurt, Sally's getting really hurt. And we're trying to teach that also. So thank you for saying that even in our schools. But as Geronimo was saying, in all honesty, it is all of us. And we all need to take and be eyes wide open. Again, I want you to remember this sign. I did that last year. For those that you do not know what this sign is, if you see a woman, a child, or anybody doing this, they may be doing it behind their back. That means I am captive. I need help. And it saved a lot of people. So kind of pass that around also. Again, I've probably taken too much time, but thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very
And
much.
thank you,
Appreciate it.
supervisors.
Thanks. Would you like Supervisor Fowler? Last up.
Well, a lot, I think everything has been said, but I really appreciate your work and all those that work in this area. But I know that having a child that is safe at home and in the community takes all agencies from the state, the county, and the federal. And it's really, really we're in a time when federal cuts are happening throughout all programs that support family and that support a child, from their meals to healthcare to their health and to the schools and everything that is there to support raising a safe environment, a child in a safe environment, and to have a child thrive is really being cut right now. So we just need to continue to advocate, and that education needs to go out there. And voting is very important. We need everyone to register to vote, and we encourage everyone to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry I sat down
It's
too
okay.
quick.
Thank you.
But
Appreciate
again,
it.
you are right. Children living in today's society, our community, the second largest county in the nation, it's so big. But that's why we're going to try, and every little step helps. And thank you all, because you're taking those big steps to help it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you on Friday. Really
right.
appreciate your work. All right, we're moving on. And number 2 is a proclamation. You know, it's just, and one of these days we aren't going to have proclamations like this. That's what we all certainly are striving for. Our second proclamation is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 2026 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And with that, I know Michelle McManamon is a program director from Northern Arizona CASA. Is going to read the proclamation. Thank you all for being here, and you may want to introduce the ones you brought with you today.
Hi, my name is Jen Runge. I'm the Executive Director of Victim Witness Services, and I just wanted to jump up here really quick before we do the proclamation and share a little bit about an important update regarding sexual assault services here in Coconino County. In mid-2025, North Country Healthcare notified community partners that they could no longer sustain the NACASA program. This is our medical forensic exam program. This created a significant risk to local access for victims of sexual assault and strangulation. In response, Northern Arizona Healthcare and Victim Witness Services worked closely throughout the year to develop a collaborative solution that ensures these critical services remain available in our community. Today, NAH provides space and financial support, while Victim Witness Services manages the program, including coordination with forensic nurses and law enforcement. Because of this partnership, victims do not have to travel over 2 hours to receive a forensic exam. They can access care here in their own community at one of the most vulnerable moments in their lives. We are deeply grateful to the many community partners for stepping forward to make this possible. And now, with that, I'd like to introduce Michelle McManamon, the new NACASA program manager.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you for being with us and appreciate the update.
Whereas sexual violence is an umbrella term that includes any type of unwanted sexual contact, including assault, harassment, abuse, exploitation, and trafficking, non-consensual image sharing, and words and actions without consent. And whereas in Coconino County in 2025, Victim Witness Services worked with 233 survivors of sexual assault and 176 survivors of child sexual abuse and their families. And whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month, which officially began being observed nationally 25 years ago, is intended to raise public awareness to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and has public health implications for every community. And whereas the National Sexual Violence Resource Center has communicated that the theme of Sexual Assault Awareness Month for 2026 is 25 years stronger, looking back, moving forward, to celebrate the resilience of survivors and the communities that have worked for change. And whereas when our workplaces, schools, and communities work together to uphold safety and respect, we make progress in preventing sexual abuse, sexual assault, and harassment, as everyone in our community deserves to live in safe and supportive environments. And whereas collectively, We are working together to create a culture that values and upholds all people being treated with respect and free from all forms of sexual violence and oppression, and promote education about sexual violence prevention, support supervisors, and speak out against harmful attitudes and actions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that to bring awareness to sexual assault, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors recognizes April 2026 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. It's good to meet you.
Thank you. It was great.
And as I said, I'm so sorry that we have two matters that we have proclamation on that hopefully someday we will not have to worry about. But it is so important to really shine the light on this because quite frankly, knowledge is the first way to start prevention and quite frankly, building the types of communities that we need for our children to thrive. So women are not in fear and sexual harassment and sexual assault is not an acceptable at any level. So really appreciate that. Appreciate your words. We're going to have a proclamation motion, and then we will leave it to my colleagues to talk about their thoughts. And if you have anything that is coming forward, we'd like to hear from you on that too. So first, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we designate April 2026 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Once again, it is unanimous. Are there any events you'd like to talk about?
Oh, the dates of the clothesline. That's
All right.
okay. We'll have events throughout the month, and they'll be posted on our Facebook page as well as our partners. So
You let us know. We'll post it on the county pages too.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you. Members of my colleagues, do you have comments? Supervisor Antiveros.
Briefly, first of all, thank you all for being here this morning and the really great work that you're doing. And when I was preparing for this meeting, it's the second paragraph where it talks about you worked with 233 survivors and 176 survivors of child sexual abuse. I added those numbers together. Either one, they're shocking, 233 and 176. But who you really worked with is 409 individuals in Coconino County. Thank you. And I will tell you that it does start. We're all responsible. I have two grandkids. They are 8 and 10, and I have already started talking with them about this very subject. It's sad that we have to discuss this at such a young age when innocence should be just that. But if we want to get ahead of it and prevent victims, we need to get ahead of it. So again, thank you all.
Begay, you're at the end there, so sometimes I miss you. Do you have some comments you'd like to make? I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler. You're at the end there, and I always forget, looking to my right. Do you have any comments you'd like?
Yes, thank you. I just appreciate your work. This is really painful work. You have to have a big heart to be able to do it and strength. So I want to thank you all for working in this area. And it's not just women that this happens to. It's people of all ages. And I just really am, it's something that is just even painful to even think about, that it happens to someone. And that action of violating someone, it stays with them for the rest of their life. And that's where we have to have funding for recovery. And there's not just the counseling or anything like that. It's the workforce, it's the housing that's needed, it's the health care that's needed. That is the food on the table that's needed when you're really down. And all of those fundings are in jeopardy in all areas. And so just want to thank all the volunteers that work in the area and all the supportive funding that comes to you to be able to work in this area. Just want to thank you. This this will be part of our community education as we go out. And really, thank you again for your work.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Thank you. Today, Coconino County recognizes April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and this proclamation is both a call to action and a reaffirmation of our shared responsibility to create a community where every person is safe, supported, and treated with dignity. Sexual assault affects individuals of every age, background, and identity. Its impacts are profound, and too often they are carried in silence. As a country, we stand with, or as a county, excuse me, we stand with the survivors. We honor their courage, we listen to their stories, and we commit to ensuring that no one has to navigate trauma alone. We are grateful for the advocates and service providers, healthcare professionals, and law enforcement partners who work tirelessly to support the survivors and prevent violence before it occurs. Their dedication strengthens our community and helps build pathways to healing, justice, and long-term safety. This month and every month, we recommit ourselves to education, prevention, and accountability. We encourage residents to learn the signs of abuse, to speak up when something is wrong, and to foster environments at home, at work, and in our neighborhoods where respect and consent are the norm. As a member of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors, I'm proud to stand with our community and those working to end sexual violence and support all survivors. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay?
Thank you. Thank you for reading proclamation. I just want to say that this is so important, that we address continue to address what we have the proclamation for. So I just want to say that maybe at some point in time, we would like to have your program come up to and address the board and just go online and just do a presentation regarding the services that you have, because there are some people, join, and I'm pretty sure, and just like we said with the other proclamation, we need to be proactive in seeing and promoting as much as we can. And there's just too many people that, in numbers that we have here that come to us, and it's heartbreaking. And it takes someone that's very special to really care and to help people in these areas. So I just want to say thank you to all your department and everyone else. I bought pepper spray for all my kids, and they have that within their possession at all times. And even my adult daughters, telling them, be careful, be careful, be careful. Mom, we know, but then, I still, but there's some things that, you have to go to extreme on, making sure that you do follow-ups and making sure that you keep saying it and over and over and over, to continue, letting them know that, there's danger out there and you don't know what's going to happen. Even us, we don't know. We're older and we don't even know if we get attacked. What do we do? We're just, some of us can't even walk straight, or just we kind of go to the side when we get up and walk, or so there's things like that, so it's for everybody. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Ontiveros, any further?
Oh, I have no further comments.
Okay,
Thank
great,
you.
Thank you. And victim witnesses, you all have such an essential part of our community. And we want to thank you for the work that you do for so many people, and, the holistic approach that you take to help victims in our community and empower them, especially going through the legal and judicial system. Really, really appreciate the great work you do. So, and it's hard because there's never enough. There's never enough resources. It takes partnerships, it takes commitment, and it takes heart. And you've got it all, and we really, really appreciate you. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're moving on. Number 3 is another one. And this one is also one that we struggle with, and that is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 2026 as Fair Housing Month. And with us is our Health and Human Services Division Manager, Andrea Maryhu, who will read the proclamation. Did I say your last name correct?
Mary Hugh. That's okay.
Almost.
Almost there.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Whereas the National Fair Housing Law of 1986, as amended by the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988, prohibits discrimination in housing and declares it a national policy to provide within constitutional limits for fair housing in the United States. And whereas the principle of fair housing is not only national law and national policy, but a fundamental human concept and entitlement for all Americans. And whereas individuals in Coconino County have the right to choose where to live without discrimination based on race, color, religion, age, sex, familial status, marital status, national origin, ancestry, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, military status, and order of protection status. And whereas federal and state laws affirm the right of every person to equal housing opportunity, and whereas the talents of grassroots and nonprofit organizations, housing service providers, financial institutions, elected officials, state agencies, and others must be combined to promote and preserve integration, fair housing, and equal opportunity. And therefore, be it resolved that we do hereby recognize April 2026 as Fair Housing Month and call upon all residents to reflect on and embrace the diversity that strengthens us.
Thank you very much for reading that proclamation. Members of the board, do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of April 2026 as Fair Housing Month, please signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. Members of the board, any comments you'd like to make? Supervisor, I'm going to go to this because I always don't look to my right. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. You know, you would think that you have a place to be able to have a place to stay and say that's my safe zone, but it's not the case for many. And that's where all the issues that if you don't have a secure, safe place to live, how are you going to be able to meet the demands of the day and demands of your family, being able to keep your children safe, being able to keep them fed, clothed, and being able to hold a job. You know, when someone becomes homeless, they don't just wake up one day and say, hey, I think I'll be homeless today, and I'm going to make everybody look at me, and I'm going to bake on the street, and I'm going to be standing there begging everyone to help me. Doesn't work that way. I'm going to go sleep in the forest or in the covert or on the train. It's not something that is in someone's dream. This happens very slowly. They hang on to every piece of their life for that safety for themselves and their children. And they lose their home slowly, end up surfing on people's couches, and then maybe sleeping in their vehicle, maybe illegal parking, then maybe the vehicle finally dies down, and they're still trying to hang on to their job, and then slowly that slips away from them, and the whole time with their hands bleeding, just hanging on to the reality of that day and making sure they're safe. That's housing. And that's someone fighting for themselves and for their family. And that's how that's how individuals are. That's who a human is. So fair housing is so important, yet housing market is so high here. And we talk about it and we talk about it and we talk about it. It's across the country. Now we have issues with our homeowners insurance because of our flood issues and our fire. All of that has come into play. So just really appreciate all your work, all your education that you're doing in the community and trying to keep people in their homes and trying to make sure that these prices come down if we can do that. So that at stake is these little children we just talked about. At stake is that these people, their safety from being sexually assaulted. That's where they run into and and then becoming drug or else trying to relieve their mind of these traumas and trying to, and they with their alcohol or drugs. So, it's just a really sad cycle, but you and others are doing doing your part, and all of our staff too, in our health department and these other, and then with our departments, they're trying to do their part, trying to bring people and families, keeping families together. So I just really appreciate you doing this work.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Well, as we're looking at fair housing, we're really looking at how do we create an environment and a space in our community, as we mentioned earlier, that everybody has the opportunity, as was mentioned, to feel safe and to have their own space where they can live and feel safety in there. And when we don't have that, it creates so many problems, and the housing market so expensive. It's hard for folks to I with what you call it, excuse me, the housing market. You're supposed to only spend a third of your salary on rent. When you look at the different rents or mortgages now, that number is a lot higher, and that forces people to have to make hard choices. It makes people have to make choices about food, about extra things that they can, clothing for their children, different activities that they can do. And so it's so important that we work together to find ways to find affordable housing and fair housing for everybody, so we don't have a homeless problem, so we don't have folks who don't have a place to go. Because when you have those kinds of situations, all these other community problems start happening. You start having more child neglect. You start having more child abuse. You start having more sexual assaults. You start having more of these kind of issues because people aren't safe in their home. And so thank you for all the work that you and your office does and bringing this proclamation to us as we work to create a better community, a safer county where everybody has housing. That is our goal and that is our dream. Of course, we're not there yet, but we keep working towards it. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Vasquez. I think you covered a lot of information that with people here in attendance and on Zoom. I think that on the reservation for sure, we still have people living in one-room homes, and some living in shacks with no running water, electricity, and so we have a lot of ways to go, to get homes for people to stay together, and and to prevent all these crimes and things that happen within the homes if they don't, if it's just one place and everybody's residing in there. Unfortunately, we even have sex offenders that are back in the home living with the families. So, but one of the things that I oversaw at one point in time was the HUD housing. And I think that's probably something we really need to look at, because that is according to their income. Some pay zero rent, some pay $19, some pay $30, according to their incomes. And I think we do have Flagstaff Housing Authority that's pretty much doing that. But I think we're not going to we need to look at maybe even as government agencies and state agencies to look at land for them. I think we could be successful up to a certain point with that. So I would say, with HUD housing, that, it's a good program. It even helps the Section 184. They really help families too, even with down payments on their homes. And then also, it's according to income, and above a certain percentage of their income. So that's so I think that I always think about that, and I always go to Flagstaff Housing Authority and say thank you for helping these families that really need the help, the little push that they need, and to even save dollars and get into a better place, and a nicer place with running water, electricity that's going to be their own. So I just want to say thank you for all the hard work. All the proclamations this morning have been heart touching. And I think, we just need to still continue to talk about it and work towards, some goals that we may have, within our organization, see how we're going to address these. So I just want to say thank you so much for being here today and all the departments that are here and staff that are here. Thank you. And Sago.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for reading this proclamation. It is about fair housing, that no one should be discriminated against for the reasons that you set forth, for age, for race, for religion, for sexual orientation, gender identity, military status, all of those very things. And while you were reading that, I remember I know I've shared this before, but I actually grew up here in Flagstaff, went to school here, elementary school, and this is no doubt going to give my age away, but I do remember as a child watching discrimination based on race here in Flagstaff. And even as a child, I was like, some things you just don't need to be taught, okay? And no one should be discriminated against because of their race and where they should live. They should be able to live anywhere they would want to live. And I am glad that as the years, the days and years have gone on, I'm glad that I am not personally seeing that anymore. It no doubt is out there, but I am glad for the work that is taking place to keep that at a very minimum and hopefully completely obliterate it one day.
Just wrapping up, my colleagues have probably certainly said it better than I could, and I think have expressed some very important comments moving forward. I would just say fair housing is the absolutely essential for equal opportunity. And of course, we in Coconino County understand, we embrace that diversity because we do see diversity as a strength for us here as a community and as a county. So thank you for bringing this proclamation forward. And with that, picture time. So if you'd please join us on the other side of the wall and we'll take some pictures with the proclamations.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I just had a couple of resources I wanted to share.
I'm so sorry,
quickly.
please, I'm so sorry.
So I have 2 flyers with QR codes that I can leave up at the front so that anyone can scan them. So we have 2 housing resource fairs happening this month. On April 3rd, it'll be at the East Side Library in the afternoon, 3:30 to 5:30. On the 29th, from 11:30 to 1:30 here downtown at the main library. And we also have a free Fair Housing 101 training as well. And that will be on April 25th over at City Hall from 9 to noon. So I'll leave those flyers there with QR codes and anyone can scan them if they need.
Thank you. And Lindsay, we did vote on this, didn't we? Okay.
Yes, you did. Yes.
That's important. So thank you. We'll see you on the other side for photos. Members of the board, please come back to the boardroom, please. We've got a lot of work, although it's certainly important to bring awareness to the 3 proclamations we had earlier. So we're going to go forward. We have members of the community. We are now on our consent agenda. Our consent agenda are for items that are more ministerial or administrative in nature. They can be handled through one vote or one motion and one vote. They are not open for individual discussion. So we, the board, have an opportunity to remove an item if we would like to have individual discussion, in which case we will then have an individual motion and an individual vote. I am, and I've been advised we need to pull item number 5 from the consent agenda. So that is pulled. At this point, I'd ask my colleagues if there's anything you'd like to pull from the consent agenda. Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So move.
We have a motion to accept the consent agenda, exclusive of item number 5, which was removed. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Our consent agenda is passed, so that's great. Members of the board, we are now moving along. We have an action item as the Flood Control District, so I need a motion for us to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second? Motion and second. All those in favor, being the Flood Control District, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And appropriately, we have the Director of the Flood Control District, Lucinda Andriana, here to address action item number 18, consideration of possible action to approve a collective agreement between Coconino County Flood Control District and USDA, U.S. Forest Service Southwest Region, Coconino National Forest, for hazardous fuels removal on steep slopes in the LaRue project within the Upper Rio de Flag watershed in the amount of $3.5 million. With that, I'm turning this over to our Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani. So, Lucinda, please lead us on this.
Thank you, sorry. With the LaRue project in the Upper Rio de Flag watershed. This is a critical area. We know from the flood modeling that was done by Jay Fuller that if we get frankly in today's world, a relatively small fire up in this area, we could see devastating flooding all the way through Flagstaff. And so this is a really critical effort. We did invest last year, I think a little over $2 million in the broader Upper Rio watershed area. But this is really a focus. This LaRue area is a really key focus area for mitigating the flooding, potential flooding and catastrophic wildfire for this area. As we know, the peaks are fundamental to our economy here in this area. They're fundamental to our tribal nations. They have very important significance culturally for many of the tribes, all of the tribes in the Southwest, frankly, and to all of us. They are iconic and very important to our natural environment here locally and our economic well-being long-term. So with that, I'll ask Jay to add a few comments relative to a little more detail. If you choose to approve the agreement today, then our expectation, our understanding with the Forest Service is that they will get the request for proposals out to the loggers. And our goal is to be starting logging here soon, so.
Thank you, Lucinda. Just to add real quick, this is an area that we were originally going to look at helicopter logging for $20,000 plus an acre. We have done a lot of assessment and walk around that. We've cut out about 100 acres of this total 1,100 acre project. This first project of $3.5 million is for about 550 acres. And we feel that we can do some ground-based steep slope logging here at about a third of the cost. And so we're happy about that. And we expect, again, as Lucinda mentioned, that as soon as we get this contract signed back to the Forest Service for their final signature, then we'll get the RFP out, and we're hoping to be logging here this late spring. And we are putting a really short timeline on this, and we want to be done by fall or winter time before the snow flies. Hopefully we get snow next year. And it does.
Or maybe in March still.
Maybe in March, that's fine too, but we do expect a really short time frame on this, and then we will start evaluating LaRue West next year for the next part of this project.
Thank you. And I know how important this is. This is a priority project. It has been identified by this board as a high priority, certainly by the city of Flagstaff. The economic analysis that was done, if in fact there was a fire and the post-wildfire flooding on the west side of the San Francisco Peaks, would be catastrophic to many of our communities and quite frankly, even into downtown Flagstaff and beyond. So we understand the importance of it. This is a huge commitment of county monies. We are doing something that very few counties anywhere in the country does, and that is we put our money where our priorities are, which for us in Coconino County, being 4, and some would say 5 national forests coming together here in Coconino County, is obviously forest restoration. And we are pleased that our community is joining us on this. And how did they do that? They put their tax dollars in on the flood control district tax. We raised that tax with the promise that we would engage in forest restoration work and decrease wildfire risks and decrease wildfire flooding risks. So this is a part of that commitment. It's honoring our commitment to the public, and it's doing our #1 job, which is the health, safety, and welfare of our community. So I'm very happy to see this. I hope with this, we also make it clear to the Forest Service and to the federal government agencies that we continue to need their commitment on landscape scale forest restoration across the West. So those are my comments. Other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros?
Well said, and I certainly agree with all of that. And we have been advocating. We recently returned from Washington, D.C., where we were advocating for this very thing. So I couldn't be happier that this is taking place, quite honestly. And I also there's just kind of a phrase I have, get her done. And I'm glad that once this gets started, we're going to get it done. So thank you for that.
Let's get it done, right?
Get her done, absolutely.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Well, it's really exciting that we finally gotten to this point where we're ready to start work on these areas. It seems like it's been a long time since the first presentations about the areas that needed to be thinned out in that area. And it's really exciting that you're going to be able to do it at a lower cost without having to use the helicopter as much, if I understood right. And so that's really exciting, and I look forward to seeing the progress and getting a tour out there once the work is done. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get you all out. And I think, just to reiterate the economic impact, the analysis that NAU Economic Policy Institute did, upwards of $3 billion impact. And so this is really critical and threat to lives. I mean, if we get flooding in this area, it will be a threat to lives. So
Other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Well, thank you for all the partnership. You couldn't do it with all your partners.
Absolutely.
And counties are just, and that is such a key part of all of this. We would have to pay more if we were doing it on our own. So just really appreciate you establishing such strong partnerships out there.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Lucinda and Jay. I was looking forward to this day, you know, that we're really beginning to address things as fast as I think we're trying to go. But I just want to say thank you so much for all the hard work that you and your department's been doing, including demonstration here. And just as mentioned by my colleagues, you know, that it's something that we put our money into, and others that provided us monetary, help, those are all greatly appreciated. And it's really for the safety of and protection of our constituents that live out in that area. And so I just want to say thank you so much. And just like my colleagues said, get her done.
Thank you. And I just want to reiterate comment that several of you made is that we have been advocating, and that those that are listening or, and we know that the media and others look at these items on the board agenda and really encourage people to reach out to their congressional members and encourage Congress to fund forest restoration. We've seen this year we'll see a dramatic decline in funding through the Forest Service for forest restoration in this area. And so that is a very big concern. Frankly, particularly, I'll say this year, we know we're going into what's going to be a very challenging fire season, very likely. I know we have a presentation on that next week for the board, or within 2 weeks with the board. And several of the planned prescribed fires have been canceled as a result of the conditions. And so we're not going to get some of the healthy fire that we need on the land this year, likely because of the conditions. And so anything people can do to reach out and support this effort is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. And really appreciate Jay and Lucinda of your work on this. And, keep us informed as the project goes forward. So this is an important project for our communities.
And we will be getting a communication out to the area that's kind of immediately impacted by this. As you well know, we've done a set of meetings out there. They've been kept informed, and we'll let them know as things are progressing.
And I think that's great, a little community meeting out there just to keep everybody informed. By the way, and I'm sure my colleagues are getting the same, we're getting such great feedback from people who are driving along 180, probably making their way to Grand Canyon, about the great forest restoration work that was done. It's so visible, and our dollars, our hard work, and our partnerships, really shine through. So really appreciate that. With that, I would entertain a motion, because I don't think we did that yet. Do I have a motion?
I would be happy to make a motion that we approve this.
And second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is, of course, unanimous. Let's get her done.
We're done. Thank you so much.
All right, members, directors, we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We're the Board of Supervisors. Now, I know we're moving forward, and we have some items here on planning calendar, et cetera, but I think we also talked about, moving some people up to, quite frankly, limit our afternoon. So let's see what's going on. County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Reduce our afternoon as we have partners presenting. That said, we have government affairs here, and with all of the government affairs activities at both the state and federal level, we wanted to take some time this morning, if you don't mind, discuss item number 23, which is discussion and update regarding state and or federal legislative administrative matters. We have a few items that we would love to be able to discuss with you this morning. So.
And that would be great. So let's go to item number 3, 23?
23.
Chair, if I may add, I'd just like to clarify that we did ask the partners this afternoon to move their schedule up, and they were able to accommodate that. So Mountain Line will be prepared to present at 2. They plan to arrive shortly before 2. The fax program will be ready to present at 2:35, and the cooperative extension will be ready to present at 3:10. So we should be done around 3:45 today with those presentations specifically.
That's fabulous. Really appreciate that. And thank you for those that accommodated their schedule. Really appreciate that. All right, with that, we have Keith Breckus, our government affairs champion, and look forward to getting an update from you.
Madam Chair, members
Yes.
of the board, before Keith gets started, we would like to thank Government Affairs for the congressionally directed spending applications
Absolutely.
submitted on time last week. And it was fun to watch them. There was steam coming from their office, just watch them crank on the keyboards with those submitted applications.
And we've been very successful with that. So we know you two sprinkled that magic dust all over there so we can continue our success with congressionally directed funds. So thank you very much, both of you.
In fact, we even submitted one of them twice because it got lost in cyberspace. And then the Senate office did recover both versions of it, but they're identical. So we did a little extra work there. And I did want to mention too, just because the flood control just presented, I won't rehash the entire thing that we went through government affairs, but we did put in 2 programmatic requests, which we did not do the last time we submitted. And one of those was for the $15 million annually for 4-Fry. So we're making our federal delegation aware that that's a big priority. And then of course the other one was the Grand Canyon Ask, which is an even more substantial dollars involved, but hopefully just making sure that our senators and members of Congress are aware that those are big Coconino County priorities. Other than that, as far as state stuff, I only have one update. I'm not going to go any further on the federal, but on the state update, I just want to bring to your attention that there's been a rulemaking process with DFFM with the utility companies. And so APS is one of the utility companies. They've gone through a real rulemaking process with them, which is called an exempt rulemaking, which bypasses public engagement. So we wanted to draw that to your attention, highlight some concerns we might have with the recent wildfire mitigation rulemaking by the DFFM, and to offer you some options as to how you want to engage or if you want to engage. And so on the rulemaking with the DFFM, we identified sort of 3 areas of potential concerns. One is on process, the second is on substance, and the third is on governance and accountability. So I'll start on the process part. So by going through this exempt rulemaking process, it bypasses normal public engagement. And we'll point out it is legal for them to do that. There's nothing unlawful here, but it does significantly limit transparency and local input on an issue that we think is crucial, which is the ability to manage or to mitigate wildfire on our county and public lands. I think because this provides limited opportunity for input and stakeholders were given little notice, it's a little concerning, and there might be confusion about whether these decisions were formal or they were already predetermined when they went through this process and just sort of rubber stamped it, so to speak. On the substance portion, the rule that they came up with is extremely limited. It's just a few pages by comparison in some other states. When utility companies have submitted their proposal for like mitigation, it's several hundred or, hundreds of pages as opposed to just a few. The proposal that was put forward by the power companies largely restates statute without defining what a quality wildfire mitigation plan actually requires. It sort of lacks meaningful metrics, enforcement mechanisms, or standards, so it's just kind of written in sort of boilerplate language. Raises concerns for us as a county that without ensuring that they're adequately protecting communities with this kind of rulemaking. So looking at that. On the third category, governance and accountability, there's been the concern raised by those who've looked at it that it might leave, it's over-reliant on the utilities sort of to govern or to follow their own processes, like they're sort of making the rules and then following their own set of rules. And without stronger standards, there's concerns that have been raised that these could be seen as rather checking boxes rather than a rigorous safety review of their procedures in place. I believe for the policy that APS put forward, the deadline to submit comments is April 1st. And I did want to present the board with, there's a few different options that you could pursue if you wanted to do anything on this. One of them would be to submit formal written comments where you could emphasize that concerns about the lack of standards, that maybe be interested in more clear performance criteria, and also to highlight the importance of local government input before rules are put in place. A second option you have would be to just request a more robust rulemaking process, urge the state to move quickly toward full rulemaking. There is a rule that they do, this is an initial stage, they do have to come with a full rulemaking within a year. You could ask that they speed that up potentially, and in that process to ask that they include counties as active participants. A third option would be to coordinate with other counties and stakeholders to have a unified voice in terms of communicating with DFFM and with utility companies. Some of you may remember last year when this was being proposed as legislation, Coconino County kind of spoke out and the other counties were quiet, so we kind of had our head out there and we were the only ones. So that's a political, thing to consider or whatever. A fourth option would be to engage the governor's office directly or engage the legislatures to raise awareness that the current rules may be insufficient to ensure public safety within our county. And another option, a fifth option, would be to sort of keep our powder dry, lay back, monitor and reassess, choose limited engagement now while preparing for the full rulemaking process, which occur later in the year and would have a chance to have influence then. As a first step, it might be possible to submit comments before the April 1st deadline to preserve our position and advocate for stronger, clearer standards that reduce wildfire risk in the county. And again, as I highlight these options, there's always the political considerations. We do have a good relationship with our utility company. And so it's how is it a hill we want to die on, or what level do we want to address this? And then if we do address it, we could always extend the courtesy of letting them know first so that we're not sort of blindsiding them. But there's, go ahead, Eric.
I just wanted to add one thing to those options. And really, we're looking for that sense of direction, given the relationships that we have with all the parties here. But fundamentally, the exempt rule process that they're in right now does not do anything for the coverage of liability and really taking on ownership of a problem that may be caused by the lines. It is unlikely that once the rules are created under the exempt process that they will change dramatically in the full rulemaking process. They could, but it is unlikely. It's rare to see a major shift in the policy happen between those two processes. So in general, my recommendation is to adopt the posture you want to adopt now, engage with it, or hold the powder. But either way, we don't expect to see major policy change between the two rulemaking processes. Maybe some change, but not major shifts. So,
is there a recommendation that you would have to the board on?
Consistent with our positions, the recommendation would be to oppose. However, that said, that is a recommendation that does not consider any political considerations about your relationships. If we do oppose, I do suggest that we give notice to APS that we will be submitting comments in.
And this falls really on the heels of our last involvement with the APS legislation, which was to limit liability for potential wildfires. And I think that at that particular time, acknowledging our clear partnership with APS and our, we are good partners. But we also acknowledge that our responsibility is greater, and our responsibility extends not just to our good partners like APS, but to everybody who lives here. and, what ultimately is in the best interest of our communities and what's going to make sure that we uphold the highest level of health and safety we can for them. So I think with that, I don't like being opposed to our partners, but I also need to make sure that we're making sure we're advocating for the highest and best good for our communities. So I don't know if anybody else has got some thoughts on that, and I kind of stopped us, but I think this is a good time for us to have some discussion. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Yeah, I agree. We were consistent. We already, I guess, if you want to refer to sticking our political heads out, we have done that previously, and I feel that by not continuing to do it would be remiss on our part. I think that we have a position, we stated it, and we need to stick to it because nothing has caused me to change my mind. I think the governance, the way that you were describing it, is almost like the mouse guard and the cheese, the fox guard and the hen house kind of a situation. And that lacks accountability, and that's never a good thing. So it's okay to disagree. Or oppose, if we want to use that word. It's how do we do it? So I like the suggestion of, this is where I am, I'm speaking for me, that we hold the position, that we stay consistent with it, that we oppose it, but that we do it in a manner that is polite and friendly and they understand why we're doing what we're doing. Reaching out to them ahead of time and letting them know what we're doing and why we're doing it.
And any other comments? Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I would agree. I think that we need to hold the line, but be diplomatic in doing so. And so I would suggest that we continue with the posture we've had. And who knows, over time, some other counties might see how it benefits them and change their position. But if we change our position, then we're weakening the whole position in that direction. And so I think we need to be that solid foundation of this position and move forward with it. Thank you.
Supervisor
I
Fowler.
agree that we should state our position, and has been our position for many, many years. This is not the first board that has taken these positions. All the boards that have been Coconino County Board of Supervisors have always taken a strong position on behalf of the county. So we have our responsibility to our residents and to our own budget. So that's why I think we need to be consistent. Thank you.
Are you getting a message being sent?
Yes, I think I have clear direction, and I appreciate the board's response on this. I think it's important to point out that sometimes, even though we align closely and work together a lot with our partners, that you have a different responsibility than they do. If I was government affairs for a corporate entity, I would probably try to limit their liability because they're trying to prevent lawsuits and other things. And in some states, there have been some frivolous ones, but at the same point, you have a duty to protect the public and the county residents. And so you're facing a different, you're not just answering to state or shareholders, you're answering to an entire community. And I think we can do that respectfully and politely. And I think they'll appreciate our consistency and honesty on that. I don't think that's a problem. It's just people reflecting the slightly different interests and the different positions you hold and what you're required to protect and defend. So I think I have the direction I need if there's no other questions or comments.
We will prepare comments in draft form for your review before April 1st, Madam Chair, on behalf of the board to be submitted. And then also we'll prepare a communication and plan to communicate with APS.
All right. That sounds like a plan.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members, I have the second piece of the government affairs update, and that is to talk about our CSA annual summit. Let me step all the way back to my third day, I think, on the job, discussing with Mr. Sullivan. CSA, with Alton Joe Shepard taking over the reins as the chair of the president of CSA for this coming year, there was a desire to look at Apache County for a possible location for the summit. There had not been a summit location selected. The CSA staff and Mr. Shepard did do that. They went through, they determined that they were unable to host the summit there. They have asked us if we would be willing to host the summit. We get to the diminished way that we would host the summit, a little bit of a change from our past operations, but what that would mean for us in a second. I did want to point out that in that conversations that we've had back and forth, I was aware of this save the date that was going to be distributed at some point. I didn't know, because it wasn't on the agenda for CSA this past Thursday, did not know it was going to be placed on the tables. Supervisor Fowler on the supervisors tables at the CSA, CSA had put that out, and then it was announced at that meeting. That unfortunately was ahead of us having this conversation, which we intended to do. Craig extends his sincere apologies. He did not mean to get ahead of us. He was just thinking in terms of, we've got to get the date out, so I put the save the date on the table. So he does extend his apologies. They're in lockstep with us that if you all agree that we should take on the summit this year, that they are going to work with us and all the dates and everything will be aligned, and we will, they will continue in coordination with us. So we had an unfortunate pre-announcement that came because they had moved a little faster than we had moved. So the CSA summit, should we wish to do it, would be October 6th through the 8th here in Flagstaff. CSA ultimately is looking probably in the future at, instead of having many different locations, probably rotating across 5 areas. Now that's a CSA decision, but I'm just giving you that sense that it's sort of a changing landscape for the ability to host the summit and such. So I think we're in that list of 5 in their minds. Again, not determined yet. But for this year, they have been able to secure the High Country Conference Center if we wish to host. And they are prepared, and they're talking to the hotels. The diminished role I talked about is that CSA has improved their sponsorship and fundraising for the event, so that the county's participation in this is 2 pre-event tours. I think we all were at Yuma and had that opportunity to see some of those. What we would like to highlight as our programs, our options, things that are working here in Coconino County. We've had some immediate thoughts in the preliminary about R4 and Belmont, our forest restoration work, astrotourism, dark skies up at the Lowell Center and such. Those are just 2 ideas as an example. There's many others that we could do. And that would be up to us to work through and create. And then the Wednesday night host dinner, which we have tentatively, we have begun conversations with Lowell that on the Giovanni observation deck, that we could have dinner that evening with the fullness of Lowell. It is the Star Party week, if we wish to host, and that they would have available for dinner the scientific equipment and such like that. So a time of really dark skies, exploration and such. Those are our 3 major participation requirements. Obviously, welcome message and such at the beginning of the event, and then help with them identifying sponsors. Not for us to make the ask, CSA will do that, but potential sponsors to help support the event. So that is the role that they are looking for if we were to host. They are prepared to come here. They obviously have announced that and put that out a little before us, but I wanted to turn to the supervisors to have this conversation with you all. And again, I apologize. Again, Craig sincerely apologizes for the issue created by the announcement. Andy, is there anything I missed in our conversations?
I think you got it, Eric. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You know, and we appreciate the overview, and I know that Supervisor Vasquez and myself, as chair and vice chair, have had an opportunity for discussions as part of the managers' meeting. But even in those discussions, what the direction was, we need to bring this to the full board, and the reason is we obviously love to premiere our county and the wonderful things we have in our county, and we've done a really good job of that, both on a state level with CSA and the national level with NACO. And we also know how time-consuming and expensive that it is to host these events. And I know we have recently hosted some of these events. So it really is something that needed to have be brought by to the board. And you know, the discussions with CSA, I'm sure they're excited about us doing it because we've done a darn good job every time we've done. And to use Supervisor Ontiveros' comments, we always get her done, and we do. And we've always really enjoyed it. But I will tell you personally, it was very embarrassing as a chair of this board to have this coming forward at the CSA meeting when I knew that it had not even come to this board. So, and that was extremely unfortunate. And I guess before you enter into these long, extensive conversations, which must have happened with the CSA staff, it really needs to come back to us. And, you know, I support this. I want to make it very clear who's doing what, and that it does not, the management of this does not fall on one or two people, and that somebody from the county manager's office at the county manager or deputy level needs to really oversee and manage this, and that we need to have ongoing discussions, you know, with the board. I mean, it's great that county managers meeting, the chair and the vice chair, but we wanted this then on an ongoing basis to come back to the full board. I think that's important. So yeah, it was really unfortunate that it happened in this way. And by the way, I'm just speaking for myself. My other board members may in fact not really want to do it because it really is an expense and takes us away from other priorities. And that's the truth. You know, when we organize this, it takes us away from a lot of our other priorities. We've only got X amount of energy and X amount of time in our lives. So I would be in favor of it, however. So Supervisor Ontiveros, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Peterson, thank you for the explanation that you gave, and also for expressing Mr. Sullivan's deepest apologies for the, I'm just going to call it out of orderness, what happened. So I hope that there has been a lesson learned here between management and the board, because I will tell you that just on a personal level, when I attended virtually, I was not there. And when it was stated that Coconino County would be hosting this event on October 6th and 8th, I had no idea what anyone was talking about. And so if it would have been done in order, I do believe that that announcement and the invitation should have been given by our chair. It was something that belonged to her.
Disagree.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was very unfortunate that this did happen. So I'll leave my comments there. And I've got some questions though. Sure. You said that there are two items. It is the pre-event tour that you discussed, tours, and to host the dinner on Wednesday. Those are the two asks that are coming. Okay, what is the cost associated with that?
In general, it depends on what we decide to do. I'll start with the tours, what we decide. Their CSA is, I think, different from past years when we absorb the whole cost. Gets to their sponsorship that I was talking about. They've improved their ability to get sponsors that will subsidize things that have historically gone to the host counties. This was part of the conversation, and sort of the back and forth was, Greg, help me understand what has changed about when we did it 3-4 years ago, but also in the past. And that sponsorship is more robust now, and it's helped to subsidize. So I'm just giving you that sense of that CSA sort of pushing money into the host category events. So you know that about these things. The tours can, I'll say if we go to Belmont, let's say we're going to R4, it's likely the cost simply of a bus to make sure we take the number of registrants that are going out there, just as we did like in Yuma,
right,
with those events. So the tours are relatively low cost. Generally, they highlight something we or our partners are doing that we wish to show off to the other counties. The dinner is the larger cost, obviously. There is a rental then wherever we decide. And again, we have just simply as a planning committee, and I want to be clear, as a planning committee is the managers and government affairs to start with. Thought that's a great spot to let's see if it's available and if we could talk with them about that, given the time of year that this is. Do it at Tuthill at the amphitheater like we've done in the past. We could go to other places. We could have it in the high country at the event location that we're at. So that cost will all be determined by the location that we would select and book what type of meal for. Obviously, I don't have a number to give you because there's different cost points at each of those different locations. But that is the largest cost that exists there.
Oh.
Again, somewhat subsidized by CSA through the sponsorships.
Okay, and if just to reflect on what you said that they're moving in a direction where there's 15 counties in Arizona, and they're moving it generally to 5.
In general, that again is not decided. That is a conversation that I've heard from Mr. Sullivan, but they're running into a case where because of the audiovisual needs, the comfort needs, and to do the business of the event, there are certain locations that work and some that don't. And so there's a limited number of locations, given the size and such, that will become available. Flagstaff is always probably going to be able to do the event, and I think CSA would want us in a rotation, but I think they're moving towards a model instead of waiting to see who would be willing and sort of bidding for the process, to really set up a rotation of we're going to go around to these certain counties that are able to host the event and give certainty to the schedule. That's a decision for CSA to make. I think that's coming, and you all would be part of that conversation at CSA, but it is not one that they're making about this. This just happens to be, we were in the South last time, could we be in the North? We were available as staff looking at it like, yeah, there's some things to tell about our story, and given the years that the celebrations we're having and such this year, some alignment, we never intended to have this happen where we not be in front of you before it was announced, but that aside, the idea was we could do this as long as it's not the way it was done. But it is this newer model that is happening because CSA is really picking up more of the boat to lift.
Right, and I do understand that. I'm just thinking that do the other counties, because the lion's share of the cost of this is going to be falling on, if I'm understanding correctly, 5 counties, if the rotation goes as planned. So there's 10 other counties out there, though, and I think that they should be contributing. This is just me. I'm just talking about me. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board. I'm speaking on behalf of me. But I think that there should be a fairer cost-sharing way for everyone to be participating in this, because this is going to be expensive. Like, that's all there is to it. And this is taxpayer money. This is not our money. This belongs to the taxpayers.
Many counties do raise the funds that they go and then put towards the dinners.
Okay.
To be clear, like Yuma, where we were just at,
Yeah.
that dinner cost about $40,000 that we attended at the territorial prison. They raised those funds from seeking solicitations. Now, we don't have to do that. I'm just saying so you have that background.
Okay.
But that takes tremendous amount of time and organization, and that's, concern, to be honest with you, especially now, we're talking about October. So
I understand. And was our conversation. Like, even
Yeah.
they usually have been 2 years out on their schedule. This was a big hole in the schedule, that the president was trying to fill, by potentially going to Apache County. They could not find the type of workable location. And so CSA understands that this is not a normal summit where the burden is on the county asked to host at this point, in the same way it has been in the past. I can't tell you what the burden will be, though, fundamentally. That also depends on our planning of what we wish.
So what is the plan?
As of now, it is we have, if it was here the 6th or the 8th, we have to come up with 2 events, and then the dinner, which I've said, we've talked to Lowell, because it aligned with some things, but we can pivot. I intended that this conversation would predate the other announcement that came, but really it's the planning committee is the management.
So you guys are going to, that's actually what I'm asking
government affairs,
for.
yes. Is
The
that
practical hours that are going to be put in. Who's going to do this?
Madam Chair, members of the board, and to your point, Supervisor Ontiveros, with the broader county spectrum covering the cost, what we're hearing from CSA is they would be more active in this event planning process, and we need to have a discussion with them on what that means for cost, fundraising, et cetera. In terms of staff time hours, we've had this event more recently, I think 3 years ago, and we know that it is a burden on us as staff to prepare for those events and put on those events. And so we just need to have a conversation with CSA about, especially if they're going to this different model of there are only certain locations in the state that are able to host an event of this magnitude, and how that will work, and how their CSA as a full group's contributions would be in comparison to when we hosted the last one. We as staff did all the fundraising, et cetera, and you as supervisors as well, to put on those events. And so we just need to have that conversation with CSA. If we're going to host it, what's the burden on the CSA group? And then what's the expectation of us as the local host agency?
I just want to give one more piece of context. The potential model of the 5 is out there, but that's not for this event. We're sort of this middle space, I want to say, where a host wasn't solicited. We, through staff, offered that we might be able to do this with these conversations, but I just want to be clear that 5-county decision, that's not yet made. That's a future conversation for the CSA board to have. We're in this sort of space where they don't have a host selected, haven't had for a couple of years, and they need a place to figure this out. So.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned about the work that it's going to take and the amount of time that we have to do it in, because like I do really with everything in my life, I try to do it with excellence. And if this is going to be done, I'm supportive of it being here. I've expressed my concern. I just wonder where the staffing is going to be coming from. And I think there's still quite a bit of conversation left to be had here. I think there's still some unknowns that we do not know about. And I just don't want to see certain people unduly burdened with this. It's going to have to be a fair share of the load carrying kind of a situation.
Across both government affairs and the county manager's office where we had planned. I want to be very clear about your district directors. We have not intentionally said, please join a planning team or anything. That is your decision if your team is involved in that. So we have planned to host that with your regular reports to the board.
Yeah. I was just doing a head count of how many people are in management.
And I'm sorry, and I know we're going to talk about this. I know Supervisor Vasquez has a question, but I'm going to just say this about that. Of course, if we're going to do this, all of the district directors need to be involved. The point is it cannot fall in one or two. And the other point is it has to be managed through the county manager's office. And quite frankly, I think you guys are going to end up having to take the lion's share. That doesn't mean, I think the commitment, if we do this, commitment has to be made by every supervisor and their district directors going forward, as secondary assistants on this. And then I think we do have an idea of what it may cost based on what it's cost us in the past. So I think that would be very beneficial to get that information to us, so we have an idea. And then we can kind of decide going forward. But I'm kind of like Supervisor Ontiveros. If you're going to do it right, or don't do it. And if it's not excellent, if we are not showcasing the excellence we have in Coconino County and the wonderful things we have in Coconino County, why are we doing it? And so to do that is expensive and it's time consuming. So anyway, and I'll be quiet on that. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Just for context, so we understand, the last time that we hosted this event, what was the cost to the county and what was the staff? Because I'm still not clear, and those, for me, in order to understand what this is going to involve for our staff, I need to get an idea of how many staff and how many hours it took to dedicate to organize this. Thank you.
Vice Chair Vasquez, members of the board, I don't have that number as to what the county cost was. We'll look that up. And in terms of staff, it was Government Affairs Manager's Office and district directors with district director assistance as well. So we'll look at what it cost us in the past. And then I think we take that and have the conversation with CSA and as to what the CSA contributions will be and what the expectations of us will be. Also worthy of note is this is a very event-heavy year, no question, with 100 years of Route 66, 25 years of dark skies, and 135 years of Coconino County. So pretty event-heavy year this year. And as well as our NACO activities and our and our treasurer, Sarah Benatar, running for second vice president.
Where does the money come from? Whose budget does this come out of?
Most often it is within county managers that usually coordinate the event for the county, and then it is supplemented by whatever solicitation or fundraising and donations are brought in by those counties.
Okay, so I guess when we talk budget, we can dig into the county budget
Yeah, and it's
line items.
yeah, Supervisor Antaveras, and it's no surprise that the County Supervisors Association would want to be in Coconino County. There's no question. We are a place that's popular for events, and not just with our groups that we're affiliated with, but that's a huge part of our economic activity here as well in Coconino County is events and the tourism activities that we offer.
We have the facilities, we have the events, we have the.
We're a
folks.
special place and people like to visit us.
Supervisor Piquet?
Thank you. Thank you for all the conversations that you've had, you know, thus far and bringing that to the board. I just want to say, I am very honored to make sure that we really highly consider to have the CSA summit here. I think we have a lot of success stories. We have a lot of celebrations that we've done. We can share that within, you know, with our county, and we have so much to tell, good stories to tell. Look at the flood control district, you know, what they're doing. Look at all the departments. And I, as a supervisor, are so thankful for all the things that we're doing here within the county that possibly other counties are not doing. And so I just want to say, we have CI monies. We have all these monies here sitting here, some in our budgets. I'm
Especially
pretty sure.
District 4, we're going to use
Yes,
District 4
yes,
CI fund.
Yes, that's why I don't travel. Anyway, I just want to say that, you know, we do, it's not that we don't have the money. And we know it's tax dollars that people pay, but I'm pretty sure they are honored, they will be honored to, you know, to use some of the money, you know, towards that, because it's going to reflect very positive, you know, towards their county and the greatest county that they have, you know. So that's how I feel as a board member. And certainly, you know, we do have a board of supervisors. We do have district directors, and I know that some of our district directors really get involved, you know, in things like that. But it would be very fortunate if we can just get everybody involved to really come out and help, you know, and supervisors have to be kind of around too. And so I just want to say, I think it's good. I'm just thinking positive, and I'm willing to showcase on my behalf, you know, a lot of things that has happened. So, and thank you for all the plans that you guys are doing, and thank you, administration, you know, for being, and I know that Patrice is kind of worried about the protocol that we're going through, but, you know, there's a lot of information that's going to have to be going back and forth. But, you know, that's understandable. Something was just thrown at you guys, and you guys, like, you know, what do we say? What do we do? You know, and the bottom line, you know, is, you know, the chain of command, I guess is what it is. But I've done that in the past in my job, so I know how it feels. And, you know, but, you know, there's some things that you just have to talk about right there instant, and you get, you know, just to kind of throw it around and then get it to us. So I just want to say thank you. You know, that's what management is all about, you know, working with and through others, you know, to get things done. And so thank you so much for that.
Any other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
What a conversation you created. So it was great to announce actually at the CSA. I was really, it was like, whoa, here it is. Wow, we're going to be hosting. That's great. So, you know, there are a number of events that were just, you know, like the dark sky, it is really important to highlight that. There's also, you know, the Route 66 events that are going to be happening in our county, and the 135th anniversary, even though we celebrated in 125, you know, 125th year, and 10 years later, we're celebrating again. And, you know, through the years, and I'm sure since the county association was established, our county has been part of these events, really important events. I think that we have a lot to highlight. You know, it's not just the Forest Service, it's the Justice Bus that is out there. We have health programs that are amazing. We have all these other programs where there's great partnerships that are happening from our departments. Maybe we can highlight some of those, and then, you know, just the whole CJCC and the whole process. The sheriff has all these programs that are just really out working to make sure somebody doesn't walk back in again. Those are programs that are that can be the juvenile detention also. You know, their Friday visitation. I think these are really important events. Yes, Forest Service is really important, but we highlighted that. We've been highlighting that. So maybe we need to look at something else to highlight. I think it's just really important how strong our staff are. And these programs have taken years and years to establish. You know, the CJCC has gone through a lot of growing pains, and they're now at a place where they're able to go out in the community. And I think those are really good to highlight, and really amazing programs, and how strong our leadership team is within our county for these departments. Our judges and our county attorney, our sheriffs, they all work together. Our treasurer wouldn't be able to run from our county if she didn't have the full county support. So just highlighting her as well, it's just amazing. So just the leadership that is here, I think this is a great time to celebrate, along with all the other celebrations that we have that are on our plates and highlighting. So, and then, you know, our county is not just Flagstaff, it is outside of our county. We need to highlight programs that actually go outside of outside of Flagstaff, and really serve our communities across the board. So thank you.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Okay, and final comment. I wasn't here when I wasn't on the board when Coconino hosted the previous CSA event. So I don't know what tours or events were done at that time, but I'm just going to throw something out that a tour that may be good would be one to perhaps Perrin Wind Farm on Highway 64. That was the first utility scale energy project that was approved in Coconino County. And as a result of that, I remember being on planning and zoning at that time, and the energy ordinance was not in effect, and maybe perhaps showing the evolution of how that came to be. I'm just throwing that out there. So
In fact, that was one of the conversations we did have, connected with Jay Christelman about that development. At the last time of the last host, and I was not here, obviously, I'm going to look back. I believe Sustainable Building Program was one of the pre-tours. And then there was, wasn't there sustainability? Was it, can't remember what the other, Habitat for Humanity. Yeah. Habitat for Humanity's work in the city and in the region. And then the dinner was at Fort Tuthill at the amphitheater.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that one of the reasons we didn't just immediately sort of look back at that is the weather. In that first week of October, It was very cold last time. And so we lost a lot of folks, from what I understand, like ate dinner, gone, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so really trying to find a spot that would fit us, you know, and such. Now, again, that is not a booked and confirmed, and that's where it's going to be. There'll be planning committee and obviously reporting with the board and work with the board to achieve that if we do decide to move.
Okay, all right. I was just
Yeah.
throwing that out. It's kind of a big thing, and
Yes.
a lot of people don't get to go right up to those turbines and see them. So I'll end there.
And Supervisor Vasquez has a question, and then I have a question too.
Well, mine's more of a comment. I'm supportive of this if we can use this time and this energy to really make sure that we highlight in these tours some of our legislative asks, like use it as a way to highlight our needs in our communities and why we're pushing these legislative issues when we go down to CSA. Because if these folks that are on the fence or don't really understand why we take the positions we do on some of these items, if they can see it in person and see why we're doing what we're doing, it could be beneficial to our county, which then makes this and the effort and the energy and the funding that we put into it worth it, because we're advancing our legislative agenda. Thank you.
I'm sure everybody's going to have more than their share of input on what to do. So, and I think that's an example of just how deep and broad and excited we are about featuring Coconino County. And I'm sure there'll be many discussions. We maybe want to even have a mini retreat just for that purpose at some point in the future. Having said that, I think taking it around full circle, it would be great to take a look at what we spent before, so we have an idea about that. We also need a commitment from CSA as to what they're going to put forward towards this. So we have an idea. And then I think before we decide some great ideas and what we want to do, I think it would be a great to have a budget basically determined and agreed to by the board. And then we kind of go from there. So, you know, again, it's always an exciting opportunity to showcase Coconino County, but it comes at a cost, both financially and in terms of staff. So we'll proceed, and I guess we can tell Craig now that the county manager has got a comment on this.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, Madam Chair, members of the board. I was reminded that we did last time a golf event. That's usually traditional. We don't have to do that as part of a conference, and then Walnut Canyon as well. But that said, Vice Chair and Supervisor Rontaveros, and you all have raised good points as to the benefit of hosting, where we could highlight our legislative agenda. I was going to say we could ask Craig if this comes with a guarantee of full support for Coconino County's legislative agenda. I don't believe it does, but I think, right. But I think what you've noted in terms of wind, renewable energy, and some of the events and how we structure it can advance a positive, healthy legislative agenda for the state at the CSA level if we structure it appropriately. So that needs to be at top of mind. So there are some benefits to hosting, and I think you've highlighted them. Thank you.
We look forward to getting some more information as we move forward.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, to your point, what is the cost in the past? What was our financial contribution? What was CSA's? And then what will the budget be, and what will CSA's contribution be? The most important nuts and bolts conversation we need to have with CSA.
So if I can give you next steps just briefly. So given where we were from last Thursday, I asked Penny to save some time this week, so I will be connecting with her to go over very clearly to get those questions answered, since we are tentatively aligned with doing the event. So, okay.
Thanks. We look forward to further discussions and bringing it to the board for input and decision making. So thank you.
Chair, oh, sorry to interrupt. Chair Horseman, members of the board, that said, when you look at our legislative agenda that we, the county, brought forward last year at the Yuma event, solid legislative agenda, and we will continue to do that.
It was a slam dunk win, is what I think it was.
Yeah, not to compare to other counties, but thanks to government affairs and our group and you for really bringing something forward that is meaningful for the state.
And I think that just goes to credit to show for the staff and for the supervisors over time, because I remember going to CSA conference, one of the ones in Tucson, where we presented some And when we put in our legislative agenda out there, we couldn't even get a second on some of our items. Like I presented some and there were crickets, you know, and so to go from there to what we had last year, that's just a testament to everybody's hard work. And so thank you, everyone.
Supervisor Begay.
I've all these places that we've gone on, certain trips that we make as board members. I think we need to break the cycle of having chicken for supper or something. That's, we could, there's so many cattle out there that be a steak. Yeah. Okay, that's it.
Okay,
That's right. You're going to butcher a sheep is what you told us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. of
Is
the
there
board.
any other comments? All right, well, we look forward for continuing discussions.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if you'd like to take a bit more time, Erica is prepared to go over our planning calendar. If you'd like to break, that's fine too. We serve at your pleasure.
I
So-
know we've got this afternoon starting at 2. We're going to be back at 1:15. I really appreciate everybody moving up. How long is the calendar going to take?
I can just highlight a few events.
That sounds
Chair. We
great.
don't have to
Sure,
go over
why don't we do
the
that,
whole
Erica?
the whole calendar.
All
All
right, we can do that. Keep it under. the
Thank
next
you. We'll
10
we'll
minutes.
we'll just mention the things coming up immediately and make sure everybody's aware. And Lindsay's bringing that up. So thank you, Lindsay, for that. So March 28th at 5 p.m., the Roosevelt Kennedy dinner at the High Country Conference Center, which is HCCC. That's what that means. And then March 31st, 2 to 4:30 p.m. Nexus Consulting meeting. I wanted to mention that the Road to 250 Arizona Traveling Museum will be in Page and Fredonia and Flagstaff. And so those are a couple things. I was on their website today, and there are times for a couple of those. So on April 2nd at the Page Public Library, which is a county library district library, the America 250 Arizona Traveling Museum will be at the library from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And on April 4th, that traveling museum will be in Fredonia at the Fredonia Fire Department. That time is still to be determined. But then on April 6th, the museum will be at the Flagstaff Visitor Center from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on the 6th. So just wanted to let you know that we continue to gather the times for those. And as I was looking at the calendar, just a note of interest, not in our county, but a note of interest. They have the March dates as well. And March 29th, the Traveling Museum is going to be in Window Rock at the Navajo Veterans Park. And on the 30th, the Traveling Museum will be in Chinle. So making their way through northern Arizona, wrapping up southern Arizona, which they've been doing throughout all of March. So I wanted to mention those to all of you and that those dates are coming together. April 3rd, the Alliance meeting at 7:30 a.m. April 3rd, also the Flagstaff Exchange Club Field of Hope, which we heard about today, that dedication at the county courthouse lawn. And so important, that event we heard about today. And then April 6th through the 12th, Arizona Commerce Authority Tech Week. The other thing I'll mention just about April in general is that it is full of events. April is a beautiful time here. There are so many events. And as we look ahead, we see that there are events on April 7th, 9th. There are 2 events on April 11th. There's events on April 12th and 13th. And so then as we continue, April 16th has 2 events. April 18th has 3 events. So just want to bring your attention to all of the goings on so that you can look ahead on your calendar and see what you might be attending, because there are so many good things happening in our community. And I will leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And that Field of Hope, it's really dramatic. Many of us have taken part in that. And I have the proclamation I will be reading, but any other supervisors there will just take turn reading that proclamation. So if anybody else wants to show up, we'll just take a a paragraph at a time and pass it around because I know we all feel very strongly about it. So anyway, with that, we are ready for lunch. We'll be back at 1:15, members of the public. We hope you'll join us then. Right, it's just around 1:16, and we are back. Today is Tuesday, March 24th, in the continuation of our Board of Supervisors regular board meeting. And we have some really interesting things going this afternoon, including what's up next is discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve Resolution 2026-11, adopting the Dragon, Bravo, and White Sage Fire long-term recovery plans. I know emergency management is here, but before we get started, I'm going to turn this over to Deputy County Manager Eric Peterson.
Madam Chair and members, thank you. Today marks a new day for Coconino County as we hear the report of the Grand Canyon Region Long-Term Recovery Plan. And also, I just wanted to highlight a new day for how we respond and we initiate recovery from disasters and other emergencies throughout this county. A few years back, this county adopted the disaster recovery framework on which this plan has been drafted and worked through a process. And that is a framework that will continue to guide our work forward on future issues that arise around that. I would just also highlight that for the many, many people across this county that have been a part of this plan, it recognizes that the Grand Canyon is an economic driver for our entire region. Both rims are important. Our entire communities around that, we depend not only for the economic value of the culture, but for its sacred and cultural value that the Grand Canyon brings to this region. And that there are many people involved in the production of this report and this plan, and that we have much to do once you adopt it today, continuing forward with the items that will be identified by folks from AC Disaster Consulting and Mr. Carter from Emergency Management. I also want to highlight that, to the best of our knowledge, both from the consultants and from those of us in management, this is the first of its kind using the recovery framework to focus on an economic recovery, a plan like this issued across the nation. So it is fitting that as we talk about the harm and the hurt that we have felt at the Grand Canyon and what it means to us all, that we take a step in a new direction and to launch a new beginning as we have all worked together on the Grand Canyon following the Dragon, Bravo, and White Sage fires. With that, I will turn it to Mr. Carter from Emergency Management, who will then introduce our consultants and lead us through this. It's our first of 5 presentations, very similar to this, throughout this week ahead in Fredonia, Page, Tuba City, and Tucson following today's presentation here. So thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Mr. Carter.
Thanks, Eric. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Tim Carter. I'm your Emergency Management Director. So I'm going to echo a lot of what Eric said, and you're going to hear a lot of themes, mostly along, collaboration, cooperation, unification. Because we know the Dragon, Bravo, and White Sage fires had tremendous impacts on the northern region of the counties. Oddly enough, the last time I stood before you, I told you that these fires burned solely on federal lands, so we didn't see the private property impacts that we have traditionally with fires like the Tunnel Fire Pipeline and those. But the economic impacts to the region have been quite substantial. So, not only has it impacted tourism, but the daily lives and the daily businesses of our constituents in the northern part of the county. So, as Eric mentioned, today's about what comes next. So moving from response into that long-term recovery with the help of AC Disaster Consulting and dozens of our regional stakeholders and that strong community collaboration, the county's developed this long-term recovery plan to kind of guide that recovery effort. Eric mentioned the county plan does follow our disaster recovery framework. If you guys do not have a copy of this, I'm happy to share it with you. But this is the guiding document built on federal guidance and best practices that will really guide our response moving forward. This came out of lessons learned from the tunnel and pipeline fires that we knew that we needed a better structure for recovery. And the Dragon, Bravo, and White Sage fires, this plan is the first time that we've actually put the disaster recovery framework into place. So we're excited for that. This has been a great test for it, and we're extremely proud of the product that we present to you today, mainly because of the collaborative effort that's gone into that. And with that, I want to just take a real quick minute and thank all the regional partners that participated in this. we had representation from our tribal nations, local jurisdictions, state agencies from both Arizona and Utah, federal partners, nonprofits, tourism leaders, private sector business owners. Everybody really played a key role into this. They were able to give us their impacts to really help us understand the needs of each community following these fires, but then also sat down and help us guide and craft what those action items for recovery are going to look like. So this plan, again, is not the finish line. You're going to hear that multiple times. We can't state it enough. This is just the starting point. So we have this plan in place now, and assuming your adoption later today or at the end of this presentation, is the call to action to put these action items into place for the task forces to really step up and start that work forward. So very briefly, I wanted to introduce you to those task force leaders and kind of help you put names with faces. So this plan moving forward is going to be led by a disaster recovery coordinator, which is housed out of the emergency management office. Is Mr. Aaron Grazier, who's new to the county. He's our new deputy director there. And Aaron's role is going to be working with the task force leaders to make sure that we're staying on track, making sure that we're making progress, making sure that task force meetings are happening and that the communities are getting the resources that they need from the county to make actionable change. So we have 3 different task forces. One is the Economic and Tourism Recovery Task Force, led by, there he is, Mr. John Saltonstall from County Community Development. We have the Health and Social Services Task Force, which is led by Mr. Joel Bunis from HHS. And last but not least, the Natural Cultural Resources Task Force, which is led by Jason. So a lot of familiar faces that you know. These are the guys that are going to be really meeting with the constituents and with the communities and making the magic happen, if you will. So, you know, I'll just say at the end of the day, this task is really, this region is really defined by the strength and resilience and identity and uniqueness of each one of our communities, and being able to meet with all of them and see them come together to really identify their own needs, but also how they can work together to best serve the region as a whole has been incredibly impactful. So want to take you through the plan now, but the best person to do that, I wanted to introduce Ms. Ashley McCooch from AC Disaster Consulting. Ashley's no stranger to the county, a resident born and raised in Northern Arizona, used to work for Coconino County and DEMA before joining the private sector. She's the author of our emergency operations plan, helped us draft the disaster recovery framework, and has done a lot of work for the county in the past. So she's got a lot of intimate knowledge of the county. So really happy to have her on the plan. So want to turn it over to her and let her walk you through everything.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the board. As Tim mentioned, I'm Ashley McCooch. I was the project manager for the long-term recovery planning effort. And with me is Tori Littlefield, our senior planner and team lead for this project as well. We're really excited to be here with you today and walk you through this plan. And very personally, as Tim mentioned, with my connection to the county, it's been an absolute honor to work with you all, work with the team here, and be out in the communities with you all when we were here back in December, and be able to support this effort that's truly, I think, a really important step forward, as you heard from Eric and Tim, for the region. So what we're going to be running you through today, what you see on the screen here, is a story map that is a companion to the full Dragon Bravo and White Sage Fires long-term recovery plan, which you have in your packets. And so we developed this story map to be that companion to help really be a visual tool to guide through that plan. As you know, it's a little over 100 pages. And one of the really key things that we want to make sure that we left the county and the partners and the communities behind with is tools to use to really tell the story of this plan, tell the story of the region, and be useful in your advocacy efforts moving forward in the rebuilding and recovery efforts. So as Tim mentioned, you know, this is the first implementation of the county's disaster recovery framework that is disaster specific. And as was mentioned as well, there's a really unique component with this plan in that it is very heavily influenced by local driven needs and impacts that we heard by going out into the communities. and interviewing stakeholders and working with partners in the region across northern Arizona as well as southern Utah partners. The other unique aspect of this project is that really heavy emphasis on the economic recovery piece, which is not as traditional given what you've seen with fires in the past that impact county infrastructure or private lands and things like that. With this burning on primarily federal land and not having impacts to county infrastructure, it's really those ripple effects for the tourism and the natural lands and the economic driver that is the Grand Canyon region that we're looking to restore and revitalize through the action planning process in this project. I think one of the other things to mention here and just really why this is so important is really emphasizing the interconnected nature of the microeconomies in this region. You have very distinct but connected communities throughout the Grand Canyon region, and being able to reflect that through this plan and come to consensus with the communities as to what is needed to move forward is a true success of the communities and the collaboration that occurred throughout this planning process, with the overall goal of really focusing on recovering the economic health of the overall region. So as Tim mentioned, you have 3 task forces that this plan establishes, and that's in alignment with that disaster recovery framework. I'm sorry, I skipped ahead. I just want to note here that in the story map, we do have background information on the fires, those burn perimeters, as well as recovery to date information, where we link to the Grand Canyon National Park's status of the North Rim page and what their tentative reopening planning looks like, as well as the Kaibab National Forest's current updates linked there as well. And we've built a placeholder into this story map that your county team will use as this implementation moves forward to put updates on the action plan items as they occur. So there'll be a bit of a kind of case study success story piece into this that your communities and the board and the county leadership can come back to this story map as a living, breathing document to see where the status of the action items are. So as far as how we built this plan, I'll run you through very briefly what our approach was in the planning process and how we incorporated that community input, which was really, again, the foundational driver for this effort. We really began this effort planning around being very local centric in hearing community needs. We've got a timeline in the story map that begins with the fire starts, kind of runs through that initial response that your county and your state and federal partners ran through last summer. And then in September, Coconino County contracted with AC Disaster Consulting, and we began work with your county team to develop this plan. From there and through about January of this year, we conducted surveys, stakeholder interviews, worked with your task force leads to really understand the recovery picture and the needs moving forward, as well as conducted, 9 community and small business listening sessions in person in the month of December throughout the entire region. And so that was really where the meat of the input came from the communities, and being able to go sit with those community members and hear from them how they were impacted by these fires, what their needs were moving forward, and what their priorities were. And that drove the task force development of action plans, which occurred in February and was finalized for this presentation here in March. And so we really want to call out, as Eric and Tim mentioned, this finalization of the plan is the beginning of the real work ahead. We develop action plans with your task force leads and with your communities that now will need to be implemented. And so this is really the beginning of a long-term recovery effort that'll be coordinated through this planning mechanism. So for this part of the story map, we run through kind of highlights of those 3 task forces and what their focus areas were. Kind of self-explanatory with economic and tourism recovery. You know, we saw the closure messaging and the need for more regional marketing efforts amongst the communities, and really support for small businesses and restoring your community and visitor and tourism confidence in the region being open and ready for visitation. And so that was the focus for economic and tourism recovery. The Health and Social Services Task Force really focused on those smoke impacts, air quality, the coordination of messaging around that, supporting vulnerable populations and clean air access, and how that's coordinated throughout your HHS team and other partners. And last but not least, the natural and cultural resources, focusing on overall landscape restoration, forest health, ranching and logging industry support, and focusing on making sure that the cultural significance and traditions of the region are informing the recovery and rehabilitation of the landscapes. Okay, so the action library, this is really the meat of the plan. We have a total of 32 action items that came out of these 3 task forces that your county staff will be moving forward with. And in this part of the story map, we've listed both the kind of overarching highlights of those, as well as you'll see Tori's going to kind of scroll through quickly here, but you have the full action plans in your packets. And this will be left behind for you to read. There's quite a few very detailed action items that came out of the task force meetings and out of the needs of the communities here that have been built out in the plans to have timelines, lead and supporting partners, dependencies, potential funding sources, and really be something that your county staff and communities can take and run with. The goal of this plan is that upon adoption, it's ready to be implemented tomorrow, and they can start that coordination. A lot of the activities that have been outlined here have actually already begun. A lot of those conversations that your task force leads are having with the communities are in motion now. And so this really codifies a lot of that and sets forward an organized path for that to be coordinated moving forward. And then as you'll see, as Tori's scrolling through, we've got a placeholder here, which the county staff will be using to embed a live dashboard that Aaron, as the DRC, and the task force leads will use to have real-time, up-to-date updates on the progress of all of those action items. So I'll speak a little bit about it in a minute, but there'll be quite a bit of tracking, reporting, and evaluation of progress that Aaron will lead as the DRC, coming from the task forces and their engagement with the communities, so that at any given time, yourselves, the board, the county leadership, and the public can see where the progress stands on the action items. So the community snapshots is, I think, a unique piece of this plan that really came out of just the abundance of information that we got from the community and small business listening sessions. We have built in to the story map here, and the full text is in your full plan as well, highlights of the recovery needs and the characteristics of each of your communities in the region. We really wanted to put a human touch to this plan and make sure that people who are not familiar with Coconino County, with the Greater Grand Canyon region, can read this, can scroll through this story map and get a feel for how special and important this region is and why recovery and rebuilding is so key. And so we've highlighted those recovery needs that came out of those community meetings here, and Tori's kind of scrolling through a few of these, but this is here and available for people to go through each of the communities that we've done community profiles for. I think one of the things to note that came out of a lot of our community meetings was the importance of recognizing how distinct and unique each of the communities within the region are, and that they each have very individual and unique needs, but that all culminates in an overarching goal forward that is aligned with the 3 task forces and the focus areas that we kind of briefly went over for each of those. Just to highlight, I think one of the biggest things that came out of, I think, every conversation we had with any stakeholder was the need for more coordinated regional marketing to help with revitalizing economy and tourism. So that's really a key piece. And Aaron, as the DRC, will play a big role in coordinating across the 3 task forces to make sure that those interdependencies amongst the task forces are being collaborated with amongst all of the various partners that are going to support each of these 3 areas. All right. Almost to the end here of the story map. So I think the most important piece here that is key to the success of the long-term recovery plan and the success of the recovery of the region is the implementation and advocacy. So we really built quite a bit into the plan and into this story map that will lend to advocacy efforts for policy, funding, support, and greater community engagement to make sure that the action items that have been identified are actioned and there's follow through. As I mentioned, Aaron, as the DRC, will be that kind of global coordination driver, making sure task forces are engaged across appropriately, as well as leading reporting and prioritization. You know, the action plan items in this document range from short-term 0 to 6 months, mid-term 6 to 24 months, or long-term 24 months plus. So we're really recognizing that a lot of these action items are going to take a lot of time, and it's going to require sustained leadership, and having that county task force leadership structure is going to make sure that there's consistent driver and that this doesn't fall to the wayside as new disasters occur. Aaron will be also driving, as I mentioned, the reporting process with quarterly meetings at a minimum to start with the task force leads and reports to the Board of Supervisors and County Manager's Office to ensure that there's full visibility on the progress of these action plans moving forward. And there will be the public tracking through that public dashboard as well. And just really want to emphasize here, with the nature of the long-term action items that have been built into this plan, the importance of having these champions within your community, within the county leadership, that's really going to drive that consistent engagement to make sure that this plan keeps momentum, because there's so much that's captured in this document that is vital to your communities, and being able to have that leadership with the county will help make sure that the momentum keeps driving forward. We also really emphasize in the document the need for shared ownership region-wide. This isn't just a county plan, this is a greater Grand Canyon community plan. You've got, even on the front cover of the plan, kind of the tagline of a path forward for the greater Grand Canyon region. So that shared ownership will really ensure that this plan is successful. And then finally here, again, I mentioned the advocacy piece is very significant, especially for elected officials such as yourselves and throughout the region. Being able to have this plan as an implementation-ready tool to help with policy and funding advocacy efforts, as well as, you know, advancing other recovery and rebuilding goals that may relate to or evolve as this plan is implemented over the years, is really important to make sure that this region remains resilient in the face of future disasters. And so using this story map tool, we've also built a very brief executive summary in the beginning of your plan to be able to be kind of a leave behind for you all in your advocacy efforts. And so trying to leave those tools for you to be able to really get the message out there about Coconino County, about the greater Grand Canyon region, and what you are all doing to advance recovery and rebuilding here. And then on the last slide of the story map here is really just a call to action for those who have taken the time to scroll through this and learn more about the recovery efforts that the county and its communities and partners are engaging in. Again, having that shared ownership from the public, from your small businesses, from all of the jurisdictions within Northern Arizona and Southern Utah, from your state and federal partners, that's what's going to drive the success of this plan. And truly that effort is a forward-looking one that really begins upon pending your approval and adoption of this effort today. That concludes our briefing on the plan and the story map. We'll open to questions now.
Well, first and foremost, the plan is unbelievable. I just want to compliment everybody that was involved in this plan and the communities that really came forward and were such an instrumental part of the plan. It is impressive. And it's also really nice to look at some incredible photos. And the storyboard, absolutely fabulous. So, and because it is it's kind of heady, and there's a lot in the plan. So to break it down on the storyboard and to allow the public meaningful access. I mean, we do these plans and quite frankly, it goes like this. So over everybody's head. But these are meaningful access into this recovery plan. And, it's a living document. So it's going to be continually updated, continually looked at, continually observed from the public as to what are we doing, what are we accomplishing, where do we have to go. So I really want to compliment all of you that were involved in this and to our communities that came out for their involvement. And I look forward to keeping up with this as we move forward in the, recovery process, which, as you say, there's different areas, but over time, it's going to be a long-term recovery process. And Supervisor Fowler, I want to thank you for all of your personal commitment to so much of this, although it affects all across Coconino County and all of our districts. But yours really got, the yeoman's, if you will, immediate effects on this. And so I know you've spent a tremendous amount of time with your community members looking at the need for economic recovery. So I want to shout out to you, Supervisor Fowler, and to thank you for your great work on this as well. So thank you. So any other comments, questions, members of the board? Great document. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I want to just echo how the document has just, it's a live document. That's the thing. It's not like, it's beautiful the way it's laid out and it's very simple to follow, but it also considers, what it does is it considers all points of views. It's not like, well, what about this? Well, you could get, it provides people an opportunity to engage in different ways and in different committees and different ways of getting involved. And people are very passionate. And as we saw in all the communities that we had during the fire, after the fire, the recovery plan, and then more meetings, and everyone is very passionate about how and in delivering how it impacts them. And that in every single one of those comments, every single one of how people express themselves is so important. And it was really reflected in this, and not like being able to just corner one opinion or another opinion or anything like that. I really appreciate. And then your just your photos are wonderful as well. So I just want to thank you, the team, and also Wes. Wes was involved. It really makes a difference when our consultants are from here. We feel like they're from here. You're from here, and know our county, and being able to just being able to listen and being able to engage. And in our region, we really appreciate including Utah counties. It's not just the Kanab or Kane County. It's not the town of Kanab or just the Kane County. We have Washington County, we have St. George, and we also have, St. George is in Washington County, but we also have San Juan County, and they all participate in their own way, and they even advocate with us out in DC, and they're just right there. And the way and this has completely impacted them. Of course, Mojave County. So it really does try to involve the whole region. It does involve the whole region, and that's what Grand Canyon is all about, that it is, this recovery plan is gonna need to do much more than what our county, just our county, and that's what it's doing. So really appreciate you, appreciate Tim for spearheading this, and John and was at all the meetings, and Jay, and you all came out to the community meetings. These meetings, our staff came out, and they were right there with the community. So I really appreciate that during the fire, after the fire, meetings after meetings. And I have to say, Coconino County really came together. Our county managers came, sheriff, and can't name everybody, but they all came and were able to be part of these meetings and have input. And it's just really was just the way that this this process came together. It's just and the community that just really appreciates it, all of them. So just thank you. I don't know what else to say about it, but this is a living document. So thank you.
Other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Vasquez.
I was voluntold, so I'll go first. No, it was really impressive presentation. I really liked the storyboard. Again, as was mentioned, the pictures are amazing. It's like, wow, we live in a beautiful place. And, you know, this plan is so important to help maintain this beautiful place and create some kind of economic recovery, so that way there isn't a lasting damage from this. It's a unique opportunity. It gives us an opportunity to reimagine what Coconino County can look like with the Grand Canyon as the center of our economy, which it is, and reimagine how we develop it in a new way. And when we were in DC just last month, you know, everybody's listening. I mean, it's the Grand Canyon. It's one of the 7 natural wonders of the world, you know, and so it's something that's important, not just to Arizona, not just regionally, but to the whole country. And so we got to get it right. And I believe this plan is a good plan, and I look forward to its implementation. I look forward to seeing how we can develop our region moving forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Antiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Grand Canyon isn't just important to, like, even our nation, it's important to the world. It is one of the 7 natural wonders of the entire world. And I very much appreciate this. And boy, here goes Coconino County again in trailblazing, in that putting together a disaster plan that includes the economic. That gets left out a lot, but that is really, really important. So I have always been supportive of this plan. I know that I was at 2 of the meetings in Williams and Sedona with you as we listened to the communities. And I think that's what I appreciate the most is the local input that came into all of this in the listening. So I don't have any questions because we had a preview of this last week where we got to dig into it a little bit and ask the questions there. But I will just echo the comments from the other supervisors that this plan is very good. The thought process, the direction, and the order of it, I believe, lays it out to really accomplish what it was set forth to do.
Supervisor Begay.
I just want to say thank you for the plan and all the involvement, everybody that got involved to get this plan together. I think it's very important that we salvage anything that's very important to us, especially with this project here. It's for economic purposes, and you know, everybody loves the Grand Canyon. We get so many people from all over the world to come in. You know, I wish they would say that about Coal Mine Canyon, but anyway, I would need a plan started. I would ask for a plan to be started for that, but it's really not doing anything. It's just sitting there, I guess. But anyway, I just want to say thank you so much. You know, it took a lot of effort, a lot of time, you know, things like that. So, and the support behind all of that. And so I just want to say there's nothing else to say. It's a good presentation. It's something that, you know, the board was in favor and supporting all along. And so I just want to say thank you so much to each and every one of you. Thank you. And my colleagues also.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I just want to paint a picture of what was going on. Maybe some people don't know, but when the fire broke out, we were at a national conference. And we had just met on June 2nd at the North Rim. And we talked about how we're moving towards a year-around schedule for the national park. John and I were really excited, and everybody there was excited that within 5 years, we're going to be able to stay open for another 6 weeks. Oh, it was such a great time. We ate more cookies. And so, Jacob ate cookies. And then after that, drove out to the rim and just took photos. And then we were at a national conference for the National Counties Association. We started seeing on TV that the national park is our national park. It wasn't somewhere else. A lot of times we think something's going to happen elsewhere, not near us, it's not going to touch us. But this really hit us. And Tim calls, and I'm on the phone with him, and I just start crying. I couldn't believe that the lodge burnt down. And then I started getting, prior to that, I was already getting calls from the businesses, communities, and then the smoke just completely took over. You saw the photos, it was so heavy when I was driving, and I could barely see the vehicle that was in front of me. That's how heavy the smoke was. And it really started choking. You couldn't really turn your air conditioning on or anything because it would just come in. So it really had an impact. And then the news came out just really impacting how the tourism, Grand Canyon is closed. It wasn't the North Rim. It wasn't Highway 67. It was the North Rim. It was the Grand Canyon in Coconino County. So that shut down North Rim, South Rim, and then the towns like Page, Tusayan, Williams, all these other towns started impacting. And then tourists that were already scheduled, tours that were scheduled from all over the world took out North Rim, and that meant that the whole package was canceled. So it really impacted the businesses that that do business in tourism, restaurants, tour operators. They all had impact. They were impacted severely. And today there's a low visitation. So this and as we were meeting with the communities, they all wanted a recovery plan, marketing plan to bring tourism back, to make sure that the forest is taken care of and restore that, and make sure Grand Canyon North Rim does, when the recovery happened and rebuild is happened, that it would stay open year round. So all of that came into play. And so our staff were right there, and our county supervisors, they all had their community meetings, and we were there listening to our communities. And after the meeting, and sometimes someone would come up and say, how are you going to meet all those demands? And I just kept thinking, well, we're gonna do it. We got the loan from the U.S. From the U.S. Small Business Administration, that our staff, our county, and we're based on these meetings, the businesses providing input, we were able to get that. We're gonna do it. We're going to make sure this is done. And so here we turned around, and we have this delivery for our communities. And when we when we were in Congress, going from one office to the next, either on the House side or the Senate side, they were asking us questions. They wanted a document. They wanted to know, some more information, and this delivers that. So it is really meeting the expectation from the local communities, right, to where we need to really look to is to DC. So just want to just thank you again. And I know that we as a board, we've been really looking forward to this document and having a website that's going to be right there to have people follow. That's going to be really great. And thank you for all those that are participating, which is a lot of our county staff. So thank you so much. And thank you, Andy, for your leadership and spearheading this, and Eric and Erica. You all just did amazing job. So thank you.
Deputy County Manager, you have some.
I just wanted to
remarks?
offer, again, thanks to the team at Emergency Management, to all our task force leads as you look ahead at adoption here of this plan. But I wanted to offer a big thanks. It was 3 days back here at the county, and something sparked off. But I was 2 months here, and I turned to Andy and I said, we need to do this. This can't be a time when we just simply react the way we have been and, start, it's your problem and someone to go fix that, right? We're going to need somebody to be the cheerleader and the advocate in the middle. And I just want to express my thanks to Andy, his leadership and his belief and his faith in taking this step for the first time in this county to go through this process, and to you, the members of the board. This is a new process. It had its bumps, but we have learned some things from it, and we also know where our strengths and how we can find in our community the answers that we need and the partners that we need to make things that we hope for a success and a reality. So thank you for the leadership and the faith of the many here, elected officials in our county manager's office and elsewhere throughout the whole departments, and also to you, the board, for helping to move this plan forward and giving us a new pathway of how we deal with this disaster and disasters.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any other comments? If not, I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Fowler to make a motion on the resolution. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Members of the board, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is, of course, unanimous. Again, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yes, and this is really momentous, so we need a photo to remember this by. So if we can, let's go to the other side here. And yes?
Let me turn it on. Okay, I just wanted to be sure that the resolution was read and that everyone knows.
It was a resolution as presented. We could, if you
Yeah.
want us to read it into the record, or.
I do. Yeah, I would like that. I would like there to be a little bit of
Tim?
officialness, if you will.
You look like you've got that reading voice.
Let's see if I brought my copy of the resolution.
I've got it.
Okay. Thank you, Tammy.
You have,
Maybe the one thing that I don't have.
I've.
All right, so Resolution 2026-11, a resolution to the Coconino County Board of Supervisors to adopt the Dragon Bravo and White Sage Fires Long-Term Recovery Plan. So whereas the Dragon Bravo fire started on July 4th, 2025 within the Grand Canyon National Park and burned approximately 145,000 acres before being declared contained on September 29th, 2025. And whereas the White Sage Fire started on July 9th, 2025 near Jacob Lake, Arizona in the Kaibab National Forest, and after burning nearly 59,000 acres, was declared contained on September 15, 2025. Whereas these fires caused significant economic disruption across the region, principally through substantial losses to local, regional, and international tourism, while also adversely affecting our key sectors, and they compounded the lasting impacts associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, the Mangum Fire of 2020, and broader economic conditions. And whereas these fires underscored health and community impacts on residents, livestock, and communities in Coconino County, Arizona, Kane County, Utah, and the Navajo Nation, including smoke and air quality impacts. And whereas these fires elevated long-term recovery priorities related to protecting and restoring Coconino County's natural landscapes, cultural resources, and heritage assets. And whereas on October 10, 2025, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors commissioned the development of a long-term recovery plan with specific community-identified action plans to address the economics of the Dragon Bravo and White Sage fires. And whereas the plan was developed with a strong influence from community and small business stakeholders, including input from local, state, county, federal, and tribal partner agencies across northern Arizona and southern Utah. Now therefore be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors hereby adopts the Dragon Bravo and White Sage Fires Long-Term Recovery Plan to be effective on March 24th, 2026. The Coconino County Board of Supervisors directs the Long-Term Recovery Plan Disaster Recovery Coordinator and Task Force leads to implement the items in the action plans in coordination with identified regional partners, working towards the end goal of a recovered and more resilient Grand Canyon region. Regular reporting on plan progress will occur as outlined in the long-term recovery plan. Past this 24th day of March, 2026.
Thank you, Supervisor, for having that read into the record. It's certainly an important resolution. So with that, I think we are ready for photos. Please join us. Let's try to bring everybody back because we asked some people to be here at 2, so we want to acknowledge that and their time. There you go. They listen to you. Judy, they don't listen to me. All righty, we're moving forward here. And we did ask some folks to get here early. Excuse me, guys, we're starting again, if you wouldn't mind. And we did ask some folks to be here early, so I'm going to turn this over to, oh, hi, Siri.
Hi.
I'm going to turn this over to Siri because she's got the mic.
Well, I'm here whether you want me to be or not. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So we are super excited actually to kick off the first phase of, believe it or not, fiscal year 2027 budgeting today. I know you might not have been expecting that, but one of the things we typically do during the annual budget process is hear from some of our partner entities that are included in the budget. So we have 3 entities today, Mountain Lion, FACTS, and Cooperative Extension, who will be joining us. We also have the rest of our partners will be at the April 7th meeting to present. And every entity was asked to come in and give an update on accomplishments over the last year and an outlook plan if they were to be included again in the fiscal year 2027 budget. How are the county funds being utilized, and talk about some of the good work they're doing in the community. So with that, we can turn it over to Mountain Lion to kick us off with our first presentation.
All right. So these are absolutely the appropriate people to kick this off. So thank you, and thank you for being with us and for accommodating us by meeting a little early. Appreciate it.
Happy to do that. Thank you for having us. Heather Dalmlin. I serve as the CEO and General Manager for Mountain Lion, and I'm very proud today to give you an update on what we have done and accomplished over the last 12 months with funding from Coconino County and how we will use those funds if they are approved in the future year. So I have a brief presentation. It might look vaguely familiar. We like to keep it simple and straightforward for you. I'm also joined by Megan, who is our new finance director, and so we're happy to also entertain any questions that you may have. So briefly, Coconino County funds 2 of our multitude of transit programs. They are the 2 programs that leave the city limits and provide services to Coconino County residents. Those 2 programs are a taxi program and a van pool program. And I always feel like it's important to clarify, we do not own or operate any taxi cabs or cab service. We provide subsidy to our riders to avail themselves of the taxi provider or the TNC, like Lyft and Uber, of their choice. They actually book those trips directly. So through the support of Coconino County, our total program budget for these 2 elements is $122,000, a little over $122,000. That does break down into a local cost to the county of around $6,000 for the taxi program and $26,000 for the van pool program. And the reason that we're able to do that is we leverage the funding from Coconino County to bring in federal funds that are available for these programs. And Mountain Lion is the recipient of those funds. We have been securing those funds for more than the last 10 years. I'm going to go into some details for each program. I'm happy to entertain questions as we go or afterwards, whichever works best for you. So a little more on the taxi program. Mountain Lion does have a taxi program that does serve city limits, and we also have the program that goes outside the city limits. The one qualifying requirement for our county taxi program is that they must first qualify for what we call paratransit services. So we put all clients through a process that determines that if a bus were available, could they navigate that bus system? And if they cannot, and navigate means board, alight, or understand the travel on a vehicle. If they cannot do those things, they qualify for paratransit services, or they are ADA qualified. Those same individuals qualifying for ADA then automatically qualify for our taxi program. The county has a taxi program for those individuals that are either outside the county with their residents or are traveling to outside the county for their trip or business. The client does pay us in advance of the trips 20%. And so what we use is a declining balance Visa/MasterCard branded card. It is a preloaded card. So the person that qualifies for the program calls up and says, I want to load the full $300 amount that is available on a monthly basis. They pay us 20% in fare, and then we use the subsidy from the county to match our federal sources to pay the difference. It does provide flexibility with 24/7 service, meaning 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they can take those trips as they need, and they are on demand. There is no requirement that they book the day before. They can book when they need it. It is based on the vehicles available on the network. So some riders may not see immediate service, but there is no requirement that they book in advance. As I said, we are using federal funds. It is Section 5310 grant funding for this program. Those grant funds are authorized by the Federal Transit Administration, and then we apply for and receive them through a subrecipient agreement with the Arizona Department of Transportation. Coconino County then pays the local match for these rides. And to give you an idea, it is a 50-50 share after we take the fares off. So a $100 trip, the rider pays $20, the county pays $40, and the grant pays $40. This gives you an idea of the service area for the taxi program. It does not serve the entire county. Years ago, we allowed the taxi program to be used beyond the green borders, and what we found is we did not have enough funding to make that program sustainable long-term. So we pulled the boundary back into the boundaries that you see here. And I think we pulled that boundary back around 6 years ago, if I remember correctly. There's two challenges to expanding the program. One is the local match, and the second is actually the federal funding. The amount of 53 tons available, 53 funding available for programs like this are maxed out already. So the ability to increase the amount of funds received would be challenging even if there was additional local match for the program. The county taxi program is well used. You can see in the gold bar that for the first part of the year, we were actually seeing less trips on the county taxi program than we were seeing in prior years. But in the months of November, December, and January, that trip demand exceeded those prior months. I have to assume that has a lot to do with cost of living, cost of fuel. We're seeing increases in ridership on the city program, we assume, associated with the fuel price tag that we're seeing at the pump. In our history, those were directly correlated. So this continues to be a widely used program. We maximize the amount of funds we have. So one of the things that we do is we do allow each taxi card to have a load of $300 on it. And then as the year goes on, if we find ourselves running out of funds, then we have to reduce the amount of funds available for those taxi card loads because it is a fixed resource. We do maximize 100% of the funds available. So the $6,000 we are asking from you, and then the federal funds that we use to match that, it is fully depleted each year. Some of the outcomes of the taxi program, as I've hit on already, we leverage 50%. We leverage your funds to bring in those federal funds. Riders save 80% on their transportation cost, and that's comparing the cost of the trips as they pay for and are subsidized with what AAA tells us an average trip is. And the trip on the county taxi is 42% less than if we provided those paratransit dedicated vehicles with door-to-door service. So we know that the taxi program is a very cost-effective way to ensure people have mobility and access. I am going to switch to the van pool, so if you don't mind, I will just pause to see if you have questions on taxi.
Questions, members of the board? Please proceed.
I will keep rolling. Our Mountain Line van pool program, the van pool program is not carpool, although they share some elements. Van pool is ideal for groups of 5 or more that are making commutes of 12 miles or more, and the requirement is that they must start or end outside the city limits. So that's a county program that's dedicated to those services. We actually have no van pools operating inside the city limits. Like a carpool, the riders are the drivers. So if you think about how you carpool, someone in that carpool is the driver of the vehicle. The routes and rules are established by the group of people that are traveling in the carpool. One of the biggest distinguishments from our carpool is that the vehicle is not owned by anyone participating in the pool. We provide the vehicle through our contractor, who is Commute with Enterprise, and that allows us to come up with the mechanism that is really equitable sharing of the cost of operations of that vehicle. We also ensure that vehicle is maintained. We ensure those drivers are certified and safe. We're tracking that performance. So it's a secure way for someone to choose to share a trip with someone else, because we are not putting them in a vehicle that they maybe don't know how it's maintained, or they don't know if the driver can be qualified. Commute with Enterprise does qualify the drivers.
Do you cover then the insurance, liability insurance for the driver?
There are 2 layers of insurance on this program. We require Commute with Enterprise to give us coverage that matches what we require of ourselves for vehicular coverage. And then we have an insurance policy that lays over this program to create the barrier between the program and Coconino County.
So it does indemnify the driver then?
It does not indemnify the driver if they created the incident. They can, so we ensure that a vehicle involved in an accident has, just like if you were in your personal vehicle in a collision, you would be personally responsible for it. Mountain Lion is responsible for covering the vehicle in that instance. Enterprise has the right to go after the driver if their conduct created the opportunity for the incident.
So let's say it was a 2-vehicle accident.
Assumes,
Your liability would cover the vehicle that the driver was driving. However, the other vehicle that was involved in the accident that maybe was found not responsible would sue the driver?
No, we would be responsible for that. Enterprise, our contractor, has the right to seek restitution from the driver of the Enterprise vehicle if they were at fault.
Okay.
Did I make that too complicated?
No, I get it now, but
Okay, sorry about that.
I hope the drivers all have their own liability insurance coverage.
And that's the risk that Enterprise is taking when they certify these drivers. And I will tell you, van pool is not something dreamt up at Mountain Lion or in Coconino County. This is a widely used transit model in cities.
Okay, so 2 questions. Following up on that, is there a requirement that a driver of this van pool have insurance, liability insurance?
I do not know the question to that. I would be happy to get back to you. I do know Enterprise requires them to go through training, requires a motor vehicle record and a background check to certify them as a driver of the van pool. I don't know with clarity the information, and I think we have never gotten involved because our insurance on these vehicles is through Enterprise and ourselves, and then Enterprise is allowing the driver to perform operation of that vehicle.
Boy, that sounds like an attorney's dream come true. should something go wrong here? Now, the other, I was wondering if you could give us an example of what some of the van pools that are operating in Coconino County.
I actually have a full list for you.
Well, great segue. Thank you. Okay.
So this is the highest amount of vehicles we've actually had participating in the van pool program. So we are currently at 15 vehicles. Most of the van pool programs that we have are established by employers. So it could be a group of individuals that live in Donny Park that are going to Belmont for employment purposes, maybe at 5 different employers in Belmont. Most of our van pools are associated with an employer who's actually paying the subsidy on behalf of the carpool participants in order to provide those. And you can see the list of employers here. We have 2 vans that are going to Williams on behalf of the Army ROTC. We have 5 vans that are going to Kaibab National Forest or to Williams on behalf of Kayabab. We have 2 going to Sedona for Coconino National and 4 to Happy Jack. And then we have 2 vans that go to Winslow, to the Winslow Indian Healthcare Center. All of the employers you see listed here are paying for the subsidy for the employees that participate in these van pools.
Thank you. That makes sense. Yeah.
And as I said, there are lots of models where the participants do set up these van pools and participate in them, but that is not where we have seen our success in Northern Arizona. Okay, Mountain Line does pay $400 of the monthly subsidy, so that's this grant is 80/20. So the $400 that we pay as Mountain Line, we recover 80% of that from our grant resources, which in this case is 5310 again, and we recover 20% from Coconino County. So the $26,000 that was referenced on the slide back actually enables a $75,000 van pool program, because the split is 80/20, versus the $6,000 taxi program enables a $12,000 taxi program, because that's 50. So we talked a little bit about where the vans are going, but here shows what we have seen in ridership growth over the years. With the vans over the years. As I indicated, we have 15 right now. That is the most vehicles we've had. But you can see here that even throughout 2018 to 2022 is fairly stable, even throughout the pandemic, because these were people going to employment, places of employment. Since 2022, we have just seen the program grow in its demand. So we provide as many vehicles as are available, up to what we have in federal funds for the program. It is cost constrained the same way as the taxi program, in that once we secure that funding from ADOT, then it's a fixed program. As long as we have any month with less than 15 vehicles, then we could have another month with 16 vehicles. I think our funding actually allows up to 20 vehicles in service. We did talk about where the vans go already. I'm almost done, I promise. So some of the outcomes of the van pool program is that we're reducing miles traveled, 123,000 miles per month. Riders are saving roughly $1,000 in vehicle cost. And remember, vehicle cost is not just the fuel, it's the oil, the tires, all of the things that go into car ownership. Again, that's AAA's numbers. We've saved 46 tons of carbon dioxide each month. We leverage 80% of our funding from the Federal Transit Administration or the Arizona Department of Transportation. And the cost per trip for van pool is actually 40% less than what we currently pay for the city's fixed route system per trip. So it is a very cost-effective mechanism. It is contained to small groups, so it can never really replace a full fixed route system that may carry large quantities of people, like Mountain Line's bus. It's a great mechanism for rural and intercity service and connectivity. So really, we are seeking in 2027 a flat funding request, because we anticipate these programs to continue as they're funded today. We recently submitted our grant applications to the Arizona Department of Transportation and have been told that we should expect those to be awarded in the coming months at the same amounts. Again, if we want to expand these programs, we need to start very early on in securing additional federal funds. We are maximizing the amount of van pool funding we have now. We allow all of those taxi cards to be loaded to the full extent of the funding that we have available. We do see increased demand and interest in both programs, but at this point, we are not seeing demand that exceeds the programs that we have planned on their behalf. And with that, that's my very brief update and presentation. Again, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Really appreciate the overview, and it isn't surprising me that ridership is going up on all levels. So it's great to have this option and an alternative. So, comments, questions? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Heather, could you flip back to the previous screen, the one right in front of that, Yeah, that's impressive. That is really impressive. Thank you for sharing that. I like when money is spent, I like outcomes. And this is a program that getting a pretty big bang for the buck here.
It is a very productive program, yes, ma'am.
It is.
We believe it's a great return on investment.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was the word. That was the phrase I was looking for. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that.
Thank you.
Comments, questions, others? Yeah, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's really good to see how county funding is being used to help subsidize Mountain Lion and all the successes that it's having, especially in light of gas prices. I was amazed. I was looking at it just today. Gas is at $4.49 a gallon, and the beginning of the month it was at $3.29, and that hurts folks, and that makes it difficult. And so the ability to have these van pool and ride share opportunities is crucial. The ability to have public transportation is just so important. So just thank you for your work and your advocacy. Thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. I've always had a great program. I know we tried the pool when it first was introduced out in the Page area.
Yes.
And it just didn't work. And there were a number of issues. Maybe we should try that again, but right now it was not, at the time, there was just too many, can't remember, there were several challenges that we were just could not meet. So maybe the program is a little better now. So anyway, and then part of it was that a lot of the employees came out of beyond county borders, our own county border, and that's where people hitchhiking from Chalchimpito and up the and it's from another county coming into Coconino County to work, and that could not happen. So I would think is that still the case, or is that this is within Coconino County boundary service?
We do contain it to the county, with the exception of, you can see we have the 2 vans going into the city of Sedona.
I noticed that.
Crossing
Yeah.
to the office that they report at, that is crossing into Yavapai County. But otherwise, we have contained all of these. And an example I would share, Prescott has recently asked us to launch Van Pool to take people to Yavapai County Sheriff's Office for employment opportunities. And we have been unable to find the funding mechanism to do that, respecting that these funds from you all are meant to serve Coconino County residents and employers.
Yeah, so, but I just want to thank you for the presentation, and these have really developed through the years.
Yes.
These programs, and they really do serve the employer and the employees, and it's just really a great program. So I'm really happy that it's still, it's strengthened through the years. So thank you.
Well, thank you for your support of the programs.
Supervisor McKay.
Yes, are you sure that you have enough money for gas?
Well, we are able to fuel these vehicles using our fuel contracts. So what you see at the pump is not necessarily what we're paying.
Okay.
But we are watching that very closely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just want to make sure, because I attend a lot of Mountain Lion meetings, and I just want to make sure that we're out there for serving our community constituents and stuff like that. So, and then the other question I had, I know, you answered that one, but anyway, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work and being the head person over there, for Mountain Lion, and I see a lot of good improvements, moving from the east to the center of Flagstaff, and all the plans that have been there and all the people that have made this happen. I'm so thankful for all of them, because as you know, Coconino County does a lot of improvements here and there, and there's new things coming up, new plans coming up, and I'm just so proud of Coconino County and to be on the board. So I just want to say thank you and thank your staff for us, and greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Other comments, questions? All right, well, thank you again.
Thank
for your
you.
time and
Thanks
all
for
you
your
do.
time.
Really appreciate it.
Hi, well, it looks like our next partner is not quite here yet, but we do have Cooperative Extension who is actually scheduled after them. So if you don't mind if we switch it up, as long as if you are amenable to the change. I know you also have some team members joining you, but that way we can keep it going. So thanks.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure to be here with you all, honorable supervisors, Ontiveros, Begay, Horstman, Vasquez, and Fowler. My name is Chris Jones. I am the interim county extension director for Coconino County. I'm based out of Gila County, been there for over 25 years. I was here before you last year as an interim director. We're still in that situation. So I'm happy to have a few of my faculty and staff showing up here, I believe. And I'll jump into this quickly so that you can know what we're doing and make good use of our time. Okay, should I just use this here? There we go. All right, I'm going to start with the Master Gardener program. Many of you probably knew Hattie Braun. She retired a couple years ago. Elizabeth Johnson has come in as the program coordinator. She is part-time. And last year, she taught a Master Gardener class online, had 57 participants and 53 graduates, 39 who became Master Gardeners, or 14 who opted for the Home Horticulture Certification Program. Some of the accomplishments that Elizabeth and the program had this year is that they work with over 100 Master Gardener volunteers through the Coconino Master Gardener Association. A couple of their big events are the garden tour and the plant sale. The garden tour had over 300 visitors and 9 gardens. I understand that's a fantastic thing to go do. The plant sale attracted 24 vendors and over 1,000 participants. They partner with the Museum of Northern Arizona on that. As far as outreach and publication goes, they had 6 root camps at Warner's, 3 in the garden library talks. They publish a weekly newspaper article in the Daily Sun and participate in events such as Pollinator Fest and Harvest Fest to answer questions. The office also provides a seed library, which people come into all the time and pick up some free seeds. And they also swap the seeds, but over 100 attendants. And there's also a plant help desk that takes questions from public. Another program that we run is the Family Consumer and Health Sciences program. Gail Gratop is our agent in charge of that program. She has Becca Jager working with her as a program coordinator. And so we're fortunate to get Becca on. And she helps with the ag literacy program, food preservation, cooking nutrition education, and tables events for farmer and mental health. A little more in depth about Gail's programs. Under mental health and wellness, she has a horticultural therapy program in which 12 at-youth students participated in an 8-week program, which helped to build work and life skills. They grew vegetable starts for local sale, increased their self-esteem, helped them connect with nature, and it led to seasonal employment to help care for the school gardens. That's pretty cool. She also runs a Master Wellness volunteer program in which 8 volunteers were trained through an 8-week training program. They contributed 65 hours of volunteer service to the county, supporting the community well-being through nature walks, food distribution, cooking demonstrations, and social activities. They reached over 1,131 youth, families, and seniors. And her other big program is in farmer mental health, in which over 1,000 farmers and ranchers were reached statewide to help bring awareness to the mental health issues and provide support and resources. In addition, the other half of her program would deal with food and nutrition, school gardening nutrition education program reached over 400 students, their families and community members in Page, Loop, and Flagstaff, teaching about garden education, cooking skills, and nutrition programs, reduce food insecurity, improve health outcomes. She also leads the Agriculture Literacy Professional Development Program for K through 12 teachers. 16 teachers participated in that last year. Another 8-week professional development program, which helps to integrate agriculture concepts into the classroom instruction and strengthen their connection to agriculture. And finally, the food preservation program, she was able to reach 15 members in Page and Flagstaff, where they learned about safe food preservation using water bath methods. I'm going to switch over here now to our 4-H youth education program, which is run by Josh Varela. I'm happy to share kind of a family affair there, photos for Josh with his wife and dog, and last year his son Theodore was born, so we're all excited about that. And Christy Shopman is our extension program assistant for 4-H and Page. She is part-time and also assists with the Ag Literature program. A little more depth on Josh's program, has the traditional 4-H clubs, 6 active clubs in Williams, Donny Park, Flagstaff, Page, and the Parks area with 218 youth and 28 adult volunteers. They had 178 youth participate in the Coconino County Fair to show their skills and projects. You'll have to ask Josh about the picture of the camels. They gear up for that through the demonstration days to learn about presenting and that, which he had 55 participants in Flagstaff and 42 participants in Page. Another major program is the Northern Arizona Junior Livestock Auction, in which 4-H and the Coconino County Parks and Recreation partner with 94 youth recouping over $500,000 from their 4-H ag projects. So that helps them out a lot. And the Livestock Education Clinic, again with your Parks and Recreation, which reached over 80 youth. Also within Josh's program, they do the 4-H shooting sports education contest, which 68 youth participants, and also those from Coconino youth participating at state and national 4-H contests. He also works with the Family Archery Fun Shoot with Camp Navajo, 436 youth and National Guard youth who participated in that. In addition, a pre-vocational welding and blacksmithing program, workshops with over 20 participants, and supporting 3 military youth whitewater rafting camps in partnership with Grand Canyon Youth with 60 youth participants. Another program that we have is the range and livestock program. Andrew Brischke is the lead agent for that. He is based in Mojave County. He has a 20% appointment to Coconino County to run this. And Emma Sauter is a rangeland monitoring research specialist, or, she does rangeland monitoring to assist the program. He does programs to support the Arizona Strip, which includes annual range livestock workshop and tour, which had over 560 participants this year. The Cowman's Reproduction Workshop, which was in Alton with 74 participants. But again, that's that Utah and Arizona need to work closely on that. So the ranchers come up from the Strip for that. And then the Arizona-Utah Invasive Weeds Workshop out of Orderville with 26 participants. And they were able to get over 5 pesticide applicators EEUs participating in that. Andrew's program also includes the 3 Forest Range Monitoring Agreement. They work with the Kaibab for range monitoring. They were able to go to 6 allotments. And these programs involve both ranchers and the agencies working together and cooperative extensions. So they learn with each other and spend time in the field monitoring what type of forage is out there, how it's being utilized, and be able to make better decisions on how they where and how they stock their animals. Also 5 sites on the Diablo Trust Ranch were sampled, and 16 sites through the Forest Range Study Group in partnership with Arizona Game and Fish, also at the Perrin Ranch and Diablo Trust. I'd like to introduce you to Katie Spaniers. Katie is a livestock agent. Andrew specializes in range. Katie actually specializes in livestock. And so she was added to Coconino County as an area agent with 20% responsibility here. So she's just getting started. Programs that she's been working in include beef quality assurance certification, beginner livestock basic courses, youth for quality care of animals training, and also does one-on-one consultations. And she works across many animals, it appears, large ranchers, small acreage owners, and youth, including cattle, sheep, goats, swine, poultry, and for meat production, wool production, show animals, and other things. So I'm glad to have Katie join us. Briefly here, describes our budget for 2025. And so we're still in the 2026 budget here, so easy to show what happened last year. As you can see here, we have about 20% of our revenues from grants, and we spend at least 75% in our salaries and fringe benefits, about $12,000 in travel, and we receive the $27,000, $27,235 that primarily supports Christy Shopman up in Page and that program that she does there. And with that, I believe I can take questions. We're very grateful to you. All this is made possible through your continued support and the office space that you provide us. So thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Members of the board, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
I'm really happy to see that you've really expanded this program. We've been in partnership for as long as I can remember. But I noticed that you've really, for years, you were very involved. Program was very involved on Navajo Nation with Navajo communities. And I don't see that anymore. So I just like to see more programs there like it used to be. I know the master, these are wonderful programs. I know you're very involved with the ranchers, which is really great. Trying to reach the rural communities. I think that's very, very good. But I like to see the programs be reintroduced into the Native communities as well, like they used to be.
I appreciate your information and feedback on that, and we can work on that.
Comments? Other comments, questions?
Okay.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for considering the tribal lands area that used to take part in this program. I know way back when I was in working with the BIA, I believe it was, they had this HOIN at that time. So I just want to say that I think it's important that we try to re-implement those, and just to help what can be brought out there to the reservations, not only necessarily the Navajos, but we do have Hopis too. So I just want to say thank you for you and your staff, for making all the efforts in ensuring that, there's a lot of community involvement and just being there for them, and, having them take part in this program. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's really cool to see all the great different programs that are happening. The Master Gardening Program, I know when I worked at Killip, it was a really important piece of our curriculum there, and really glad to see that continuing. And then also the county fair, what would it be without 4-H and all the other youth that participate, right? And so it's really cool how your programs support that, and we're really excited to see how our contribution to your budget helps make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Comments or questions? Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thanks for this preview of what's been done over the last year. And just on a personal note, I really liked it when you were going through the 4-H and the National Junior Livestock Association. I personally know individuals that have done that, raise these animals. I still don't know how they do it. They go get the baby cow and then they know how the story ends. I just don't know how they do it. Yeah. But I've watched the growth in these individuals and I've seen what it does. And you're right about the amount of money that they bring in. I mean, they not only learn about the actual care of the animal, but they learn that business aspect of it. So I've always been supportive of this, and I'm a recipient of years of 4-H. I was in 4-H as a kid, and know the value of these programs, and I'm really happy to see them still continuing on today. Yeah, the presentation or the demonstrations that you talked about, I remember having to do those. In a way, it was kind of like a little walk down memory lane for me up here. So I appreciated it.
Good. Thank you. Yeah, you know, it's tremendous the way that program is supported and just helps all those kids to be able to, with their education. So I think it's a great opportunity, and as kids learn those opportunities, they take advantage of it as their families can support them. Yeah.
Any other comments, questions? Otherwise,
I just,
sure, Supervisor.
yeah, you know, I just really would like to see a diversity of people at our county fair with all the junior livestock like they used to be, with variety, just the different families from different areas. And I don't see that anymore. It used to be that way. So if we can work on that, that would be great. The 4-H club, there used to be 4-H club from the various tribes. They're not there anymore. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
You know, what's so great about the presentation is I think we forget the extensive nature of the programming that is done through the through U of A and the extension services. And you know, we talk about 4-H. I have friends who have been master gardeners, and boy, that's like getting your PhD in gardening. It's extremely extensive, but so many of the wellness programs that you do, the nutrition programs, I mean, it goes on and on, and not just you know, throughout Coconino County, which we really appreciate. That's one of the things we always talk about, is making services outside of just the greater Flagstaff area. So I really appreciate this and appreciate just the extensive nature of the program that you do. And I forget, you know, every time you do it, I go, oh my God, they do that too. And really appreciate it very much. So, and I do not know how you can do these auctions. In fact, at one time they asked me to go ahead and to kind of MC the auctions, and I said absolutely not. I gave it to Judy Begay. I said, Judy, you got to do this. You're a rancher. You can do this. So, but really appreciate it. Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate all the good work you and your staff do. Please, I don't know if any staff members are here that you can introduce.
Yes, I'd like to introduce our staff over here. This is Josh Varela in charge of the 4-H program, Gail Gratop with the Family Consumer and Health Sciences program, Elizabeth Johnson for the Master Gardener program, and Becca Jager works with Gail's program.
Well, it's great to meet you all. Thank you for the great service you do for our community members. And, you know, again, it's good we come here every year just to see what's going on. But if there are things going on or events going on, please share them with us. We'll share them on our website. And it's great for us to know what you're doing as well. So appreciate it. Okay. Thank you. Have a great day, all. Thank you for coming early.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So for our final presentation, we do have a representative from the FACTS program online, and she has been elevated to a presenter. So Jaylissa, if you are on, you can go ahead and pop up and share your screen and take over.
We see, but we don't hear.
Jalissa, if you want to mute. Unmute your microphone.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can, but you may need to speak up. It's pretty low.
Okay, give
And
me 1 second. How is that?
much better. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
And we
Sorry.
see you now.
Hello, good afternoon. Let me see, can you guys see my screen okay?
Yes, we do.
And it's just a presentation you can see,
Right.
right?
And we see it in slide mode right now. I don't know if you want to do it in.
Perfect, yeah, I can definitely
Yeah.
fix that right here, slideshow mode, and of course I can't see.
There. Oh, it's perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. So good afternoon. My name is Jayla Samakta. I am the newly appointed FACS coordinator for the Flagstaff Unified School District. So I'll be presenting to you guys today to Loop Elementary FACS program that we have located out on the Navajo Nation. So it's roughly about a 50-mile drive from Flagstaff northeast. So we're going to be talking about our programming out there. And you guys currently fund us. As you can see here on the slide, we got this X amount of monies for the 25-26 school year. Which is allocated to Loop FACS. So it kind of has a little breakdown for our fiscal year 25, how much went to wages and how much went to ERE and benefits. So that would be what we would call the fall semester. So anywhere from July to December. And then we have the fiscal year 26 from January till the end of June. That X amount will go to wages and again to ERE and benefits. So we got a rough count, a rough average of our attendance. Currently, last semester, we had 121 students enrolled out of, I would say, 200 students that are currently enrolled in Loop Elementary overall. So I would say about a good chunk, 60 to 70% of our kiddos are FACS kiddos. Our average attendance in the mornings are much higher than the afternoons, so they come to us. Our programming hours start at 6:45 in the morning, and then we dismiss them to breakfast for Loop, it's at 8:30. And then we get them back in the afternoon from roughly 3:30 Monday through Thursday to 6 o'clock. And then Fridays we have early release at 11:35. So our afternoons are looking a little bit more smaller than the mornings, but nonetheless, we have a good amount of kiddos coming to our program. Thus far in this spring semester, we have 104 students currently enrolled and actively participating in Loop FACS. And again, the average in the morning is just slightly higher than the afternoon is the trend that we're seeing right now. A couple of fun facts about Loop. We did some cross country last year. You'll see the picture here of our kiddos who have been actively traveling to sister sites and competing in cross country, flag football. We play, surrounding areas, Delcon, Second Mesa. They go to Winslow and Holbrook and stuff like that for all these different sports. So soccer and flag football, they play second place, which was super fun. The kids really like to continue their physical activity after school. And then one cool thing that we're bringing back that we have just recently started again, our Loop staff have brought back Tasty Bites, which is a cooking club. So they have some different foods, and they also do some traditional foods as well at Loop. So our overall FACS mission for all of our sites is to provide a fun, safe, enriching environment for students. We have continued dedication to sports and healthy living out in Loop. We have a lot of traditional connections. So we do out at Loop, we participate in like traditional clothing. They do the Navajo language, the Dene language out there. And we also do the butchering academy that they have out there. So all the kids, no matter what grade, they all participate, which is super fun. They participate in all of these cultural teaching activities throughout the school year, depending on the time of year and stuff like that. So they are, we have a lot of parent involvement in activities as well. So that's really helpful. So we have that chance to engage and make those family connections. Currently, right now, which is super awesome, we are an out of school time program. So we actually have been collaborating with ASCASE, which is the Arizona um, out of school time program. So we're currently working on getting Loop accredited through the state. So that's something that has been looking very positive for us and our staff and our programming out in Loop. So there's more information to come on that at a later time. We just get accredited, and it's just showing when we have observations of how well our programming is going and the dedication that we're having towards the students and their academic growth and, you know, physical growth and mental health, social, emotional. We really target all of that in facts as well. So we had football here. Loop is very, very big on sports here. We placed third overall. We had the track and cross country, which is very popular. A lot of our kiddos are runners. So our boys placed fourth overall. I believe for this competition, I think there were over 80 teams that went to this cross country meet. So it was super cool to see that our students with Loop Facts placed fourth place. We did basketball and for girls and boys. So boys had a third in their competition and girls came up runner up at fifth. We just started soccer, so the kids are outside in our fields, you know, practicing for soccer, and they'll also be setting up games to go and compete with, you know, other students and whatnot. And then we have here, we have 65 students or more participating in sports for the whole time that they're there. So for Loop, they also go up to fifth grade. So a lot of our kiddos are, they come to us when they're like preschool, kindergarten age, and then they hang out with us in facts until they age out from the actual school in fifth grade and they go to middle school. But we do serve the students up to their 13th birthday. So sometimes we do get some kiddos out after school who come to hang out with us after they get off the school bus at the end of the day. So here's just a couple other pictures. We have the flag football here. That's Coach Dion and Coach Denise over there. There are fact staff as well. Again, Coach Dion here again with the, you know, flag football. They're junior varsity runner-ups here. And then we also program with Girls on the Run, which, you know, gets those girls to focus on their mental health and social emotional learning, things like that. So that's some partnership programs that we also collaborate with within our school district and local community. Healthy living, they have some nutritionists and programs that are in our FACS program for healthy living. So Dene Youth of Tuba City. It is a program that is held outside of Tuba City, and they actually drive over to Loop once a week to do healthy activities, and they read recipes and make food with the kiddos hands-on. And then with our collaboration in the school district, we utilize Chartwells, which is the food services that we have here. And we follow the NSLP Super Snack Program. So every day when the kiddos get out of school, they are provided with a snack with anywhere from 3 to 5 food items to have as it's not necessarily a snack. We call it a super snack because it's counted as a dinner meal. So it's usually containing like a grain, a protein, some milk, just depending on what is being made on the menu. So they definitely have that chance to have that extra food available for them. As I mentioned before, we were connecting a lot of our traditions. The main Native American tribe that is being served is the Navajo Nation, the Navajo tribe. So Mrs. Small Canyon here, this is her class, Navajo language classroom, and she does a lot of language with them. They do butchering class, which is inside the classroom, exploring about what's butchering, what could we do, what we can make out of a sheep. And then they also do the hands-on learning outside, where it kind of gets a little messy. But that's their way of life. And it's important for those Native American Navajo students to learn those teachings. So that comes highly recommended from the families as well. And then we also started doing some leather working, so also some other hands-on activities for them. They do beading, cooking, all of that kind of stuff. So they're learning these different life skills as well with their time that they're in FACS. We have family engagement nights. Recently, they did one for Valentine's Day, and then they did a slime night a couple weeks ago for their March family engagement. So they did one for Christmas. They had one, during our out of school time, so winter break and stuff like that. They usually are really good at hosting events and getting the families involved to spend more time together as a family. So you'll see a few pictures here. They did some wreath making. They did some beading here. They made little reindeers out of candy canes. And then, of course, we have some calming strategies where they print out different types of coloring pages for them to kind of just sit and let their creativity go. And then they also made little snowflakes out of popsicle sticks. So you'll see the wide variety of different activities that our staff puts together for them. Our staff is really good at lesson planning. They are required to lesson plan 2 weeks in advance, so we kind of know what's going on, what fun activities they have planned, and then getting the school supplies and just general supplies of what they're going to need in order to make the event successful. And again, like I mentioned before, we're doing accreditation. So some of the standards that we do follow here, creating a safe environment, positive relationships. This typically goes for students, staff, families, and the school as a whole. Intentional programming and activities, equity and inclusion. Then we have family, school, and community engagement. Standard 6, program management, and 7, program evaluation and data. So here is a link here if you guys were interested in learning more about that. That just kind of takes you to the main website, and there's a whole list of policies and procedures that are on there, and we're working towards getting accredited. And we actually had a mock-up person come over to Loop from Phoenix, and they just did an initial review, and it came out really well. So we're actually going to have our official observation scheduled in April. So if we get accredited, that will be something positively that we can use in our program to show the high quality of services that we provide. But other than that, that's basically what we have to share today. We have our FUSD facts page here. We are on Instagram, so if you scan that QR code there, or look up FUSD facts on Instagram, you'll see all the different activities throughout all of our 10 sites. And we're also getting ready and preparing for our summer camp, I Wanna Go, which is very popular amongst the Flagstaff community and surrounding areas. So we have that camp here, and then we also have a separate camp at Loop They're doing a kinder camp, Y camp, so it's focusing on incoming kindergartners. We are also have the Navajo language there with Miss Small Canyon. She'll do a whole month of June of Navajo language for students. They have the NSLP, the food services, so they will get free food, breakfast, lunch, and snack at Loop. And then all of that is what FACS helps host. So we host all the little programs under FACS. So if they, I guess you can say we kind of split them up into classrooms, like, oh, you're a Navajo language, you go to Navajo language. Oh, we have some kinders, they're going to kinder. And then all the other kids who are just Loop FACS, we have a whole bunch of different activities, field trips, all those different excursions that they'll be going on. Then they kind of just, they have like a whole rotating schedule that they use during Loop FACS. So we do provide programming throughout the month of June as well. But yeah, at this time, if anybody has any questions, we can ask some questions.
Well, it sounds like a lot of fun and great programming for the kids.
Yeah.
Any comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Jay Lissa, I don't have any questions for you because your presentation was excellent. I just have a comment, kind of an observation, a thought that was running through my mind when you were talking. And I guess I did not realize how long you have these kids for. I believe you said 6:45 in the morning.
Yes,
till 6 p.m. at night.
That's correct. Well, I mean, we let them go to school for a little while, and then
yes, which is a good thing. Yeah, and I was just thinking, the cliche "idle hands are the devil's workshop," and I was thinking as you were going through all of the things that you do with these kids, keeping them engaged with their hands, their minds, their bodies, even in the health. I suspect that just by virtue of keeping them engaged and teaching them some of these skills, that you have literally changed the trajectory of some of the lives of these students. I would hope all of them.
And it's interesting to see because some of our students that were in FACS, they're actually at an age where they're working for FACS now. So especially out in Loop with that community out there, they are really big on giving back to their communities. So we really have a lot of retention out in Loop, and that dedication is so, flawless out there. We really love the programming out there and how much we can support them as well, because we pay for a wide variety of trainings for them. They get White Fleet training, they get educational training and stuff like that, and FACS pays for all of that. So
well, that's great. And see, I didn't even know that. Like they sew back into the community, which keeps them engaged even further. That's great.
Yeah.
Great job.
Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. As a former coordinator for after-school programming at Killip, it always warms my heart to see the programs at FACS and see how much good work you're doing. I did have one question. I'm just curious because, working in after school, it's all about the numbers when you have to do reporting and stuff. And I noticed that your numbers from the fall semester to spring semester had dropped some. And I was just curious, do you have any idea why that is?
Yeah, what we usually see is sometimes in the beginning of the school year, we always have a lot more enrolled students because parents don't know their schedule. We have a flexibility in our programming where they can schedule their days out if they know their kids are going. And sometimes they schedule them and then they don't come. So we do utilize a drop-in service, so we don't charge extra. We actually don't charge at Loop at all. Their services are 100% free. So the parents are able to schedule them when they need to. And usually what happens is it changes a little in the spring because parents are like, oh, I can't believe I kept them scheduled, and we don't really go all the time. They'll go 2 times a week instead of 5 times a week. So we noticed that trend throughout all of our programming, and it's very common to see that little bit of a drop. But we get our numbers back in the summertime because we usually get over 200 kids at Loop for the summer programming.
Oh, congratulations. That's really great to see how well the program's doing and just how important those programs are for children and the service that it provides, being able to drop off your child at 6 in the morning,
Yes.
to go to work. That's huge.
I give kudos to my staff. They are rock stars because some of them do work with the school district during the school day as well in the classrooms, like as parapros or support services. So sometimes they're there all day, but they're really passionate about their job and they just run that site so seamlessly. I'm just really proud of them and how much dedication they put into it.
Well, good job. I look forward to seeing how the program grows from now till next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for all you do, you and your staff. It's such a good feeling to really care about the kids because it really molds them later on in life and it helps them to think about things and stay out of trouble is one. And so I just want to say with all the things that are happening everywhere, I'm glad that, and this Loop is so small too. It's not a big area. So there's got to be some kind of activities going on for them. And so I just want to say thank you to you and your staff and, for running this program and being the head of this program. And I wish you lots of luck in getting accredited because it's going to be more important, and you could do a lot of things more with that. So I just want to say thank you so much for all the efforts that everyone has put into it. And they become role models, just as mentioned by Supervisor Ontiveros. They think about things. And now I know where to take a sheep and have them butcher it.
Yes, bring it over. They're ready for it any day.
I need someone to butcher one. I used to do that a lot, but now I slowed down a lot.
It's
Okay. Thank you.
guess.
Maybe. Thank you. Bye.
There you go. We know what we can do for CSA now. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the wonderful update, and we're so proud to be partnering with you on this wonderful program. So thank you, and thank you for the information very much. All right. Have a great day.
Me too.
Take care. Members of the board, why don't we take a 5-minute break and we'll be back, right, for whatever conclusory, whatever we might have.
Madam Chair, roundtable, if you're interested.
Do we want to do roundtable or not? Want to waive it? We can waive it? Everybody says wait. There you go. So if that's the case, we don't need to take a 5-minute break. Members of the board, it's just almost 3:15. It was a very informative meeting. Thank you all. Very excited about our long-term recovery plan for Grand Canyon. And thank you, wonderful staff, for getting it all together today and for our great legal counsel. So far, we have not been sued today, so thank you. Really appreciate it. All right, y'all. Have a great day. Bye.